I would like to call tonight's meeting of the City of Tacoma Park City Council to order. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Searcy,
Here.
Councilmember Fulcher,
Present.
Councilmember Dabala,
Present.
Councilmember Gibson,
Here.
Councilmember Siemens,
Present.
Councilmember Honzak,
Present.
Councilmember Small,
Councilmember Small is going to be running a little behind tonight because his son Jimmy has made it to the Little League championships. So we are wishing Jimmy and his team lots of luck tonight. So just in terms of the agenda for tonight, we will have for the record, a Chesapeake Bay Proclamation Awareness Week proclamation. Public comments on voting items, general comments on items, council comments, city manager comments, and then tonight we have a voting session on a resolution commenting on the minor master plan amendment. We will also have a presentation from our city staff on our deputy acting city manager, Mr. Eubanks, on the quarterly financial report, which will cover the third quarter, which is January 1 through March 31st of 2023. Just in terms of upcoming agendas, we have a number of meetings that are happening. Last week, we had an administrative session, and this was a session for the council to discuss administrative matters regarding personnel. On Thursday, we will have a follow-up administrative function session. Again, that is to discuss administrative matters regarding personnel. On Wednesday, June the 14th, will be our regular council meeting. We will have a work session on discussion of the MML legislative action requests. We will have procurements, the ERR funding for the recreation bus, trash truck, as well as 2 police vehicles. We'll also have a procurement regarding Domer Avenue sidewalk contract, as well as the Tacoma Branch Stream restoration contract approval. On Monday, June the 19th is Juneteenth, and city offices and facilities are closed for Juneteenth holiday. And then on Wednesday, June the 21st, we will have for the record, Pollinator Protection Week, which is June the 19th through the 25th. And we will also have presentations on the final report for the MWCOG grant for the Metropolitan Branch Trail upgrade, presentation of preliminary designs, and final report on MWCOG grant for new Ave Bikeway, Section D. And that is also a presentation of preliminary designs. We will also have an update on our submission for the 2024 Maryland grant applications. We will have a voting session on approving the procurements that was discussed during the June 14th meeting, as well as a work session on our ARPA programs and budget, as well as board and committee appointments. And that will take us into the Maryland Municipal League, which a number of us will be attending, and we will not meet on June the 28th due to that meeting. And then the following Tuesday will be July 4th, or Independence Day. So with that, I am going to move forward in the agenda to our proclamation for the record. Recognizing Chesapeake Bay Awareness Week, June 3rd through the 11th, 2023. Whereas the Chesapeake Bay is the largest and most productive estuary in the United States, with its watershed spanning 6 states and the District of Columbia. And whereas it is an extraordinary and vital natural resource with some of the nation's most productive farm and forest lands, and whereas the Chesapeake Bay's watershed is home to more than 18 million people, many of whom rely on its natural resources for their livelihood and recreational activities. And whereas an important source of food for the state of Maryland and the East Coast of the United States, the Chesapeake Bay produces more than 400 million pounds of seafood harvest each year. And whereas the more than 76,000 farms in the Chesapeake Bay watershed contribute more than $6.8 billion in value-added contributions to the economy in the region and provide food to millions of Americans. And whereas the Chesapeake Bay's tributaries in Maryland are an important source of drinking water, which is essential for public health and economic growth and a vital resource for future generations. And whereas protection and improvement of the bay and its tributaries begins at the communities and are part of the Bay watershed. And whereas Tacoma Park's efforts in support of bay protection include stormwater management and installation of green infrastructure, stream restoration, litter reduction campaigns, and tree protection. And whereas the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments recognizes the importance of Chesapeake Bay Awareness Week and encourages its members to do the same. Now, therefore, I, Talisha Searcy, Mayor of the City of Tacoma Park, do hereby proclaim June 3rd through the 11th, 2023 as Chesapeake Bay Awareness Week and urge all residents to participate in events, activities, and educational programs designed to increase awareness of the importance of the Chesapeake Bay watershed in our community. All right, so with that, we are going to move on to public comments on voting items. Do we have any public comments on voting items? Come on down.
Good evening, Karen Elrich from Ward 5. I was just reading the draft and I noticed on page 2, down at the bottom, asking that the county planning board consider the following. You say retain and improve the existing stock of affordable housing with the goal of no net loss. I thought the goal should be to have more affordable housing. I'm confused that if we're talking about putting up all of this housing there, that we're only going to have a goal of no net loss. That makes no sense to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comments on voting items?
I have comments on both voting and non-voting items.
Would you like to do the 6 minutes and take care of both, or would you
I
like to?
don't think I even need 3 this week.
Okay, no problem.
First of all, before I begin, let me thank Councilmember Fulcher for convening the meeting on EYA last night. It was useful and enlightening, and there's much to discuss about how you do a razzle-dazzle dog and pony show and make yourself look like a good guy. Not you, EYA, and look like a good guy. There are good things about that project, but there's some other things. We'll talk about that another time. All right, so real quickly, on the minor master plan, a couple of key points, and I really think you should paint in broad strokes rather than get into the minutiae of the plan. Do not allow existing parks to be used for any other purpose. Somebody said that there's existing parkland zone R60, which is single-family homes. Don't destroy the parks that we have. I hope that what I was told isn't correct, but in any event, that should be the goal. And please emphasize the need for zoning that promotes workforce, affordable, and subsidized housing. Those are 3 different things. Regarding non-voting items, quite quickly, on public comments, I thank you for saying thank you every time we come up here and address you. I don't come here on Wednesday night because I think it's fun or because I don't have anything else to do. As much as it's a large burden for you to be here for the whole meeting, it is a burden for me to come at all. And I would appreciate some recognition that what I say or anybody else says is really valued. And I've said this before, but I'm going to repeat it because it hasn't happened. First, please take the next step and show that you value what people say by asking questions. Expressing agreement or disagreement. I'm a big kid. You can tell me you disagree. You can tell me you think that my idea doesn't make sense, or you can agree with me. But when you do either of those things, you're telling me that you really have listened. Next, follow up with people outside of the meeting who have made the remarks. I've yet to have any one of you come to me, well, there may be an exception or two to that actually, and say, your comments were interesting, your comments were valuable. I have some questions about what you said. That doesn't happen. And so it reflects a perfunctory, a performative thank you, but not a real appreciation for what has been said. And most of all, answer questions. Now, Jackie Moore was going to come tonight to ask you again to answer her questions about the city manager selection process. My understanding is she had a very pressing personal need, and I don't see her here tonight. But answer the questions that are asked of you. What is the process? What is the role of the community in the selection of the process for the new city manager, or the permanent city manager? Maybe new, maybe not. Excuse me. We have a right to know that, and tell us what the criteria are. You're looking for a city manager who can do X, Y, and Z, who has X, Y, and Z credentials. You've told us none of this. And speaking about such things, let me segue into the closed meeting discussion. I'm formally objecting to the closed meeting that you held on May 31st, because you repeatedly said there would be no meetings on May 31st, and then a day or two before you say we're going to have a closed meeting. And by declaring it something other than a council meeting, you claim it can be closed. I'm going to address that in 1 second. My question about all of these, and I also object to the meeting you intend to close tomorrow night. The question on, continually is, what is so secret? So I want to give you 2 quotes from a letter that I sent with John Rogers. I get 6 minutes, I thought.
You do.
Thank you. I truly do appreciate that. So I want to quote from 2 things from a letter that John Rogers and I sent to the city attorney on Monday. We still haven't gotten a response. And it'd be real nice to just say, thank you, I got your letter, I'll get back to you. We got no response. All right, so here's what we said. We said, further to Ms. Simonson's email dated June 1. Ms. Simonson is the Assistant Attorney General who advises the Maryland Public Meeting Compliance Board. And following up on her email, we hereby request that the city state whether the meeting with city staff on May 31, 2023 was a, quote, administrative function pursuant to the Open Meetings Act. And we cited the portion of the law that we believe is applicable. No response. The second thing we noted, we said that the Open Meetings Act manual, which is published by the Attorney General's office and is publicly available, provides the Compliance Board has repeatedly commented on the difficulty of applying the administrative function exclusion with confidence. If in doubt, the public body should proceed on the assumption that the act applies. If the public body wants to treat the matter as administrative because the topic is confidential, the public body should instead analyze whether the meeting may be closed under the exceptions in the act that permit closed-door discussions of certain topics. And we cited again to the provision of the manual. What is so secret? You don't want us to know that you're going to ask the city manager to have a master's in public administration and so many years of experience? What? Tell us something. We're entitled to know. The last point. I didn't get my city newsletter. I had to pick one up in the lobby. Not complaining about that. My concern a couple meetings ago was, what are you going to say about the budget? And now I know the answer. Not a word about one of the most important things that you as a council can do. Oh, come on, guys. Thank you.
Do we have any other public comments on voting items? Do we have any virtual comments on voting items?
We do. We have Ms. Jackie Moore, who's going to comment on voting items and then take a little more time for other items.
Sure, that's fine.
Good evening. So my voting item comment is,
Jackie,
Ms.
we're not
Moore,
hearing
we
you.
can't hear you.
I'm unmuted. Is this any better?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay. The form for the public use, for the public to use to give comments about voting and non-voting items, which tonight includes the draft resolution on the Tacoma Park Minor Master Plan Amendment, was posted before the actual draft resolution. How does that make sense? It's more than a little annoying that the draft resolution didn't get posted until today at 1:45 p.m., but it's truly Kafkaesque that the standard public feedback form was activated prior to the draft resolution being ready. Transparent government is the pathway to good government. Can we get there, please? So the main focus of my comments this evening is, again, the selection process for the new city manager. And once again, I'd like to thank Mr. Eubanks for his work as acting deputy city manager. Here's my list of questions with a few updates. Has the city manager selection process begun? I see that there's an administrative function council meeting scheduled for June 8th, but there isn't a job posting for the position on the city's website. In case I or one of my colleagues decide to apply, I'd like to know when the job will be posted. Is the June 8th administrative function meeting being held to discuss the city manager process mean that you have started the process without including resident input? Or are you using it to figure out what types of tools will be used to gather resident input? Transparency goes a long way towards building trust with the community. When you act as if there's something to hide, people will assume you have something to hide. Will there be an announced and advertised public meeting before you go into closed session for the administrative function meeting on June 8th? Will there be updates in the city newsletter and on the city's website? I still haven't received my May and June newsletters in the mail. The lack of consistent newsletter delivery makes it imperative that the city's website be updated with city manager selection process info. Has the city hired a headhunter to find our new CM? If so, what firm will be used? Will the contract and consulting costs be made public? Is a contract already in place? What are the selection criteria that will be used? Are these criteria in line with the best practices outlined by the International City County Management Association? At what point will residents be brought into the selection process? What will be the role of the community in the selection process? Please keep in mind that the process of circulating a pre-digested questionnaire, as was done last time, was purely performative and worthless. Please do not repeat that. It did not capture the honest feedback of our very intelligent residents. What is the total compensation package, both salary and benefits, that the city expects to offer a new city manager? What will be the performance review process once the CM is hired? Will there be a checklist of the criteria used for the performance review process, and will it be made public? These criteria can be made public while still respecting employee rights and confidentiality. All right, totally different subject. I was recently detoured over to Greenwood Avenue from Flower Avenue due to road work. At the intersection of Greenwood and Hudson Avenues, Montgomery County had posted signs to alert residents of street sweeping that was scheduled for May 30th and 31st. The sign's laminated and it can be easily reused if dates are written with a grease pencil. Here's a teacher hack. You can even erase permanent Sharpie pen ink from plastic if you use a squirt of hairspray. Aquanet works best. I have provided a slide of this sign. I'm going to share it right now. So there you go. It was taken on May 30th at 12:54 p.m. So now that we have our fancy new EV sweeper, which I have yet to see in use, can you create similar signage? If you're going to sweep a street, it seems important to have people move their cars to help facilitate the process. I've never ever seen the old street sweeper on my street, and I've never been asked to move my car. Have you implemented a tracking system for the new EV sweeper? If DoorDash, Grubhub, and other delivery services can provide real-time tracking of their drivers, surely the city can do the same. The old sweeper is still parked on city property. Are you actively seeking to sell it at auction? Every day that it sits, its value decreases. And last but not least, what is happening with the budget resolution that Councilmember DeBala put forth in May? Is it dead in the water? Have you selected your budget working committee? Inquiring minds would like to know what you're doing with our money. Thanks so much. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. Do we have any other public comments on voting items? All right. So now we're going to move on to general comments. Do we have any general public comments tonight? Come on down.
My name is Rick Weiss, Ward 3. The city recently got a grant of $60,000 for a traffic analysis that could inform the city as it considers expanding the streetery by closing Laurel Avenue in both directions. As part of the justification for this plan, the city's grant proposal stated, and I quote, "The partial closure of Laurel Ave to date has had no measurable negative impact on local traffic operations," close quote. I'm asking this council, what is the evidence for saying there's been no measurable impact? Who has even tried to measure the impact? The truth, unfortunately, is that the impacts are measurable and are real, but they have not been measured because back as the pandemic was picking up and the city was first considering one lane of Laurel, our leaders chose to ignore pleas from our neighborhood to take just a couple of days before doing so to get some baseline data on traffic patterns, so we wouldn't be in this position today of wondering how substantial the impacts of that closure have been. But it's clearly false to say there has been no impact. To see how I know that, get in your car, turn on Waze or Google Maps, and drive up Eastern Avenue from New Hampshire towards downtown Tacoma, and tell your GPS you want to go to any of Tacoma Park's businesses along Carroll Avenue, Philadelphia, East-West Highway, all the major destinations from Eastern. Your GPS will tell you to make a right on the little residential street of Walnut before you get to closed-off Laurel, and cut through neighborhoods on Elm, Pine, and Columbia, which will take you out to Carroll and points east or west on 410. That's exactly what countless and unfortunately uncounted cars and trucks are doing every day. And what is really galling about the grant the city has won in part on grounds of this demonstrably and prejudicially false statement about no impact to date, is that the newly funded study on closing Laurel Ave, as described in the grant proposal, will not even include the Elm Pine Columbia cut-through that cars and trucks are now being directed to by GPS every day, and which would get used in both directions if Laurel gets completely closed. I like the streetery, and I'm not against thinking about ways to make it better, but the decision process needs to be open and honest and evidence-based. And the traffic study that will be so important to any decision needs to include all of the streets and intersections that are most likely to be negatively affected. If this grant is not large enough to do a complete study, then the city or OTBA should provide supplemental funds to do it right, or you risk losing the trust of the residents who you represent.
Thank you. Do we have any other general public comments? Come on down.
Good evening, Mayor Searcy and council members. My name is David Reed. I am an environmental economist, and I'm currently president of the Long Branch Sligo Community Association. I am also representing Climate Action Coffee and Tacoma Stormwater Solutions this evening. Over the past years, we have organized 3 public discussions on the Minor Master Plan Amendment. We have invited representatives from both Montgomery County and the city, and a number of members on the council have attended those. During the past 2 years, moreover, we have emphatically encouraged commercial development in the plan area. We have explicitly supported development of diverse housing opportunities, and we have underscored the urgency of creating new housing opportunities for low-income residents. Indeed, this is not NIMBYism at work. This is, yes, do it in our backyards. Today, we are shocked by the efforts of the Planning Board to impose an expedited approval process for their plan. While the county may have received the progress draft on May 23rd, the public was given access last Friday. That was literally 6 days ago, knowing full well that the City Council will be making its first vote on the proposal this evening. From our point of view, that is woefully inadequate for either public dissemination and discussion or public consultation on these fundamental issues. I respectfully submit that this process is really a travesty of transparent democratic governance. Fundamental information is missing. For example, can council members tell us tonight or shortly hereafter, where are the anticipated 3,500 residential units with somewhere between 5,000 and 8,000 new residents to be distributed across the plan's 3 districts? What transportation study explains how these new residents will travel from their homes to work, shopping areas, and far beyond? Financial resources are to be made available for low-income families, and how many units will be dedicated to needy families? Certainly, some of the council members will respond with the oft-repeated argument that these and other issues will be addressed via the public consultation process during late June and early July. That response disregards the many prior planning board exercises that render any significant adjustments after the first approval round an exercise in self-deception. With this breakneck push, why is this breakneck push to approve the plan? I really do not know. Is it tied to the end of the term of the current planning board chair and the transition to a new regime? I have no idea. But I do know that the only response a responsible way to slow down this steamroller process is to simply vote no tonight and to demand that we have at least another month-long period for the concerned public to become adequately informed and to engage you and our city representatives. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other general public comments? Okay, we're going to move on to council comments. Do we have any council comments tonight? Councilmember Gibson.
Good evening. A couple of things. One, I'm pleased that the mayor has noted our Chesapeake Day awareness. I regularly feel blessed to be able to be in this region. I particularly like to take my kayak out on the Wye River and do some fishing, and it's just, I'm glad that we're recognized for that. I want to hold up on June 11th, Tacoma Pride Day, and there are several events: a kids parade at the Co-op parking lot at 10 a.m., a street fair on Laurel Avenue, 10 to 2, a drag queen story time at Motorcat, 11 a.m. So something for everyone. In terms of the comments tonight, let me just hit on a couple. I wanted to get back to Rick and the issue of the traffic study about Laurel Avenue. And I have been apprised of many concerns on that and in meeting with the neighbors. And I'm going to be sending out an invitation to all of Ward 3 residents to be on a Zoom call next Thursday, 7 p.m., to talk about the traffic study and the planning process itself. I agree that the point that Mr. Weiss made about no demonstrable or no measurable results is inaccurate. We can do better. We need to be. I will take as much responsibility as I can to get citizen input and to make sure that the traffic study is as broad as needed to cover all the cut-throughs and to have everyone's voices heard. There's a diversity of opinion. There's also some considerable angst about the potential of closing off both lanes. There's another potential plan that needs to be considered, and I will be meeting with city staff tomorrow to go over some of the flexibility that may exist in that plan to get back to the council. With regard to the minor master plan, it seemed like I'm new to this game, and it's been fast and furious and not satisfactory for me either. Many of my residents, or some of my residents, have contacted me on that behalf. I believe that there may be some partial solution to the speed with which it's going through tonight raised. We can do better, and we'll do the best we can to make sure that the voices of our residents are heard, and that this council takes responsibility for doing the best thing. I expect that there will be a vote, but like I said, I believe that there's some way to mitigate some of the rushedness that at least I feel and many other people feel. I guess that I'll leave it at that.
Councilmember Honzak.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll echo Councilmember Gibson's comments. Won't repeat them. I want to start just by thanking everybody who came out to the community event for Ward 5 that we had last weekend. It was really well attended. I particularly appreciate the mayor and Councilmember Dabala joining me for the event, and I know some others would have liked to be there but weren't able to. And I want to express my thanks to Deputy Acting City Manager David Eubanks on behalf of the city for really showing up in force at the event and meeting our residents exactly where they are at. It was really awesome. We had direct cash assistance, and thank you to the county planning team for being with us with maps in hand. Residents were just, I know you may not have gotten a ton of foot traffic at that table, but you did get some, and people really, it meant a lot that residents knew you were there and you came to greet them and meet them. And it meant a lot that you all were there. And I think you actually did get a lot of foot traffic, especially around the direct cash assistance. So I am told I haven't gotten the numbers yet. So thank you so much. And thank you to the Tacoma Park Presbyterian Church and many others. They also provided a lot of support, particularly for direct cash assistance and tables and chairs. This Saturday, Azalea Awards at 1 o'clock. I think there might be some fun awards that are given if you're from my ward and others. 3 o'clock this Sunday, there's a free concert with at least one Ward 5 resident in it at the Sligo Creek Church in Ward 5. On Sunday also from 4 to 6, I'll be having office hours in a part of the neighborhood I haven't been to yet for office hours at 7711 Garland. And then I want to thank everybody who came out tonight. I won't have time to get to all the comments that you made, but just I would like to follow up with all of you afterwards. Feel free to reach out to me. I'll be honest, sometimes I run out of bandwidth to get to all the things I'd like to get to every week, and I think that's true for all of us. So I hope you don't take it always personally that we aren't hearing you. With regard to the minor master plan, and that's where I wanted to get to in my 56 seconds, I will either vote tonight yes with reservations, which I am told is not an actual vote, except a yes vote, or I would like to discuss tonight how we can slow down the process. I have myself felt phenomenally rushed. I've been up till 2 a.m., till 12 p.m. every night for several nights running, trying to process the plan, trying to comprehend the full powers that are vested in me as a council member. I met with our planning staff at least twice last week. Thank you, planning staff, for making that possible for me. And so we are going to discuss some of those things tonight. What are the ways that we can open that door further? Obviously, we all are trying to look at the details, right? After 2 long years, it's still not enough because now we got the details. So thank you for coming out, David Reed, and speaking and also sending a letter. That was really helpful. I'll stop there. Thanks.
Councilmember Siemens?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to mention that I really appreciate it when city residents pay attention to what we do here on Wednesday nights and the other meetings. I think it's very important for the community that people care about what's going on in the city and that they pay attention. And that includes not just the people who are here tonight or other nights, but also the people who actually watch on the television these proceedings. In fact, I'll make a shout out tonight to Doris Duarte in Ward 6, who I know is watching tonight because she watches every Wednesday night and watches us to the end, which is something that she is remarkable. I have trouble making it to the end sometimes. And I heard tonight that you want responses to the comments that you make at the podium, and I understand that, and I appreciate that. Sometimes I do by email respond to people, or I'll see them in the hallway outside. But there's also times where just the volume is I'm not able to do it, or not willing to do it. Maybe that's it. But anyways, I do appreciate the comments, and I also appreciate the fact that by listening to what you say, you make me look good sometimes because I'm able to use those things for my own work here at the dais. So thank you.
Councilmember DeBala?
Yes, thank you. I was going to mention the Azalea Awards, so you beat me to it. That's great. And also to thank the city staff for the Belford Avenue sidewalk process. The vote is in, and we have sidewalk. For those of you in Ward 2 who have been following this, it was 9-5. So that's pretty definitive. And the construction will be later this summer, not right now, as we originally thought. It's a budget year thing. As far as, so thank you to not just the people in the room, David, but also to the people who've emailed me with comments and stopped me on the street in the last couple of days about the minor master plan, and that's great. And for those of you who don't already know, my policy is to respond to any Ward 2 person who shows up or sends me a note as, 24, 48 hours if possible, about your comments. And if nothing else, to just thank you for being there. And I'll save my comments on the plan and the plan process for when we get to that agenda item. Thank you.
Councilmember Fulcher.
If I can get this mask off. Well, I'll leave it like that. First of all, I want to say that I'm sorry that I couldn't make it to Councilmember Honzak's event this past weekend. I was with Girl Scouts, doing Girl Scouting stuff with, close to 300 Tacoma Parkers. And I feel so lucky to be in a community where I am often torn about different things, like important, amazing things that go on in our community. And I really loved looking through the pictures and seeing so many strong women leaders, both elected officials and other leaders in the community at your event. It was really nice to see. So, thank you for the event that you held. It matters. Thank you to people who came to the EYA meeting that I held for Ward 1 residents last night. I thought that the dialogue was really respectful, and everybody was well educated and willing to admit when their views were subjective, and I really appreciated all of the honesty. Me and my family will be attending Tacoma Park Pride Parade the Pride Tacoma Park stuff going on this weekend, including the parade. I love celebrating Pride, but it also makes me sad, and I think it's important to take a moment to recognize that some people in our community don't feel safe and aren't safe because of how they're different from what's considered the norm. I think it's important that we all think about that and how we can help other people to feel safe and be safer. And then also I want to thank everybody who came out tonight. I appreciate you coming. So thank you.
Great. Well, one, I want to thank everyone for coming out tonight. As my colleagues have expressed, we get a lot of emails and we try our best to be as responsive as we can. But one of the things that is important to note is that we read and we hear you. So that is something that's really important to note. A couple quick things. Just got text messages from Councilmember Smalls, and his team won. His son was the MVP, so he's super excited. So that went over well. I want to send my thanks again to Councilmember Honzak for the wonderful Ward 5 event. It was such a wonderful opportunity to be able to engage with so many residents in Ward 5 that I don't often hear from, and so to kind of make those connections has just been so amazing. And Councilmember Fulcher did such a wonderful job bringing together the EYA staff. It was such a well-run meeting, and every time we engage in these kinds of development processes, I think it's important for people to kind of understand and learn about the process. I often coin development as a bit of a circular process, whereas I shouldn't say circular, it's kind of fluid, right? And you want all of the answers up front, and that's just not how any of this works. You kind of make some decisions and some guardrails, and then the project comes before you, and then you tweak it some more, and then something else needs to change, and then you tweak it some more, and then you hope at the end you have a project that meets the majority of the goals that you put forward. So I love the fact that we were able to see how the Tacoma Metro project had evolved over the 10 years, 20, that it has been discussed, and how resident feedback had been incorporated to the extent possible, and EYA being so open to hearing and trying to address within the bounds that are feasible the comments and questions and concerns that residents had. I will be at lots of the events that have been mentioned tonight. So I will be at the Azalea Awards. I will be at all of the Pride events. The theme for this year's Pride is protecting trans rights, and I think that's just such an important thing for us all to remember. I think that under some administrations, we might have felt a lot more free than perhaps people feel today. And so making sure that we're able to embrace and love one another and show support for one another is just so important for us right now in today's time. And I think I will definitely hold on to my comments on the master plan until we get to that agenda item, which will probably be pretty soon. And so with that, I will turn things over to Acting Deputy City Manager Eubanks for City Manager comments.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening. Good evening, Council. Good evening, members of the public. Just a few items to mention today. Thank you all for mentioning the Takoma Park Pride events. I had those on my list of items as well. In addition to that, there's also on 6/15 this month, celebrating Sligo Creek, which is an art opening reception hosted by our Arts and Humanities Division and Housing and Community Development. It'll feature 3 artists who will share their work inspired by Sligo Creek and the new art exhibit. The Friends of Sligo Creek will have a table to share info about their projects. And that event will be held at 7:30 here in the Community Center. Also from our Arts and Humanities Division, we have an update on our sidewalk poems. 3 new poems have been stamped in sidewalks along Larch Avenue and Kentland Avenue. This includes 1 poem in both Spanish and English. The online sidewalk poetry map will be updated with the new locations and will be promoted in the July city newsletter as a means of encouraging poetry appreciation as well as walking and biking. And then just a brief update on the Purple Line. Regarding the Purple Line utility relocations continue along University Boulevard between Curl Avenue and New Hampshire Avenue. And beginning this week, parking within the identified work zone will be restricted for the next 2 weeks or until work is completed. Please follow posted signage. Work may take place between 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. on weekdays and weekends as needed, weather permitting. That's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so let's get into the first item. So tonight we have a resolution commenting on the minor master plan amendment. So what I'm going to do, because we do have city staff as well as county staff to answer questions. So what I would like to do before we move to vote is to ask our acting deputy city manager Eubanks and our planning manager Roz Gearsby to just provide everyone with a little bit of a level setting conversation in terms of what it is that we're doing tonight and the overall process. That is that kind of a quick summary of where we've been, but more importantly, where we're headed.
Good evening. Happy to do that, Mayor. We are joined tonight by several members of the county planning team, and I think it would be helpful to ask them to talk about the process going forward in terms of community input and the various stages. I know we are not near the end on this yet. And so I think it might be helpful to outline that for folks, as well as to kind of give a description of the difference between a minor master plan, which is what tonight's conversation is, and the development review process, and the kinds of questions that come up appropriately at the level of the plan, and other questions that we won't have answers for until there's a particular project that's reviewed. So I'd like to introduce the county planning team and let them fill in those gaps for us. We're joined by Elza Heisel-McCoy, who's Down County Chief, and Larissa Clevin, and Melissa Williams, who has been the lead on this project, and you've seen her the most in presentation. So who'd like to take it from here? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you once again. So Melissa Williams for the record. And so quickly, what I will do is kind of walk you through what we've accomplished since May, and then kind of take you all the way through the end of the process. So We came to you on May 24th and we presented the working draft or the progress draft to the City Council. And we had a conversation about that document. And then what we did is on May 26th, we subsequently posted what we call our working draft to our website. And so that was placed online as a part of the Planning Board agenda for the June 8th session, which is going to take place this week. And we're here today, so getting to June 7th, we're here today to request a resolution of support. And so this is essentially just for us to give us permission to move the working draft through the process. So we would take your resolution and we would submit that along with the presentation that you all saw when I was here last. We'll present that again to the Planning Board, and we're going to ask them to support the working draft becoming the public hearing draft. And so as I stated previously, it's likely to be a very similar conversation to the one that I had with you all in May. And if they approve that, that becomes our public hearing document. And so what would happen, and so this is where it starts to there's a lot of things that have to happen in kind of the next couple of weeks. What ends up happening is that we would ask them to set a public hearing date, and right now that anticipated date is July 13th. So in order for us to get to that date, that means that there is typically a 30-day review period. So there's like a noticing period that has to happen where we have to provide a public notice. The latest date for us to provide that public notice would be June 12th. So we would post in the newspaper, I think we're using the Washington Times? The Washington Times on June 12th. It's an advertisement of the public hearing that would be scheduled for July 13th. We would also provide copies of the actual plan would be available online. We would have copies of the plan made available at our information counter. We would also have copies of the plan delivered to the county executive, the county council, other county staff, and if you want hard copies, we can make hard copies available for the county council. So there's a link that everyone gets, but we can also make hard copies available upon request. And then we would also have hard copies that would be made available at the Silver Spring Library and also at the Tacoma Park, Maryland Library. And then there's also additional noticing that goes out there are letters that are mailed from myself with a link to the plan. There are letters that are mailed from the planning director with a link to the plan, and then there's also another list that comes from the planning board chair. So there's a lot of noticing that happens. Then we also send out a postcard. That postcard will go to everyone within the plan area, and there's kind of a method to the madness of how it's selected, but I think we ended up with roughly 375 addresses, and those are postcards that will go out that will notify them that the public hearing has been scheduled for July 13th and direct them to our website where they can find out information as to how they can participate. We are also going to be working with city staff to make sure that that same information is placed in both your virtual newsletter, your email letter that goes out, also the hard copy of the newsletter. We are also sending it out to our e-letter. We also have an explainer for the public hearing draft that will be translated into French, Spanish, and Amharic, and that will be hand-delivered specifically to the residents in the multifamilies along Maple and Lee, which is what we've been doing through this entire process. We'll also make copies of that available at the information counter at the Tacoma Park Library, and we can also have copies available of that here, and that's hard copies. We will also have a link on our website to a virtual copy of that document. So that gets us all the way through all the things that have to happen in terms of the noticing. And so what will end up happening on July 13th is kind of the official hearing. So there's the meeting that takes place with the planning board where people can come in and provide testimony. They can either provide it via email, in writing, or they can come physically into the building. and provide testimony. And I believe we're also making arrangements for it to be virtual.
And have a satellite.
Yeah, I was going to get to that part.
And the record opens on the 12th.
Yeah, and so the
Satellite.
record will the record opens on June 12th. Sorry, I forgot to add that part. And then there will also be a virtual option. We will also make a satellite location available here in your offices so that people will be able, and it will happen at the exact same time, so it's more of a simulcast of the public hearing will happen here so that people who cannot make it to our offices or who find this more convenient will be able to come here and they will be able to participate in the public hearing, and all of these same rules will apply. And we would also like to note that for those that may need translation or interpretive services, those can be made available upon request. So what we typically do is we like to get a gauge of how many people will actively need those services so that we can make sure that we have all of our bases covered. And so all of that is happening on July 13th. And there is also an opportunity that typically what happens is we ask the board to keep the public record open for an additional 2 weeks after the public hearing. And so that would take us fundamentally into August 1st, give or take, because we know that there has been a lot of concern and a lot of angst about the process and the timing. There is an opportunity for the city of Tacoma Park to request that the records stay open longer. So you would make a determination as to how much additional time you would need and then formally make that request to the planning board. And I think that they would probably be favorable to that request. And that would give you some additional time to meet amongst yourselves and potentially meet with your constituents if you need to. And so right now, but keeping in mind right now, the public record would be scheduled to close on July 27th. So if you wanted to stay open longer, you would need to make that formal request. And so then what happens in the fall, and when we say fall, we don't work in August. August is really the time where we are collating and gathering all of the information that we get, all of the comments, everything that's a part of the public record. We start to take all of that information and we package it so that we're preparing for the work sessions. The work sessions, right now we're looking at those to begin in mid to late September. And that is the point where we really get into a lot of the questions that we've not just heard from city residents or stakeholders, but also from the city council, where we can talk about building heights and what do buildings look like, and conversations about design and traffic analysis. That's where you really start to get into that detail, because what we try to do with what we hear during the public hearing process is we try to take like comments and put them together so that we can have comprehensive responses, so that it's not individual kind of responses. We're looking at the issues as a whole, and if we need to bring in additional staff from outside of the team to address some of those concerns, that gives us the opportunity to do that. And so we would be holding work sessions, as I stated previously, in September, and they could continue into October as needed. That would include planning and park staff, and potentially the City of Tacoma Park staff as needed. We would also look at potential changes to recommendations and edits to the draft. These are open sessions, so these are held during our regularly scheduled planning board meetings, and typically they are just conversations between it would be the city staff, city council if you participated, and our internal staff. In limited situations, they are in fact open to the public, where the public can provide comments. And so it also often includes property owners or other people who have vested interests in what's happening within the plan area. And so when the planning board has completed their review of the comments made on the public hearing record and its own comments, they're going to create they're going to create their own version of this document. So if you're keeping track, and I know it's a lot of information, we have a staff draft, or the progress draft, which became the working draft, which becomes the public hearing draft. And we needed your resolution to move it from working draft to public hearing draft. The planning board is going to create their own draft, and we will come back to you. And once again, we'll have a conversation and a presentation, and we'll go through all of the changes that may or may not have happened to this document, and we will ask for your resolution of support again. And so it's a very similar conversation. We'll be asking for you to support moving the planning board document, which will incorporate comments and edits from the public hearing process, which could potentially last through September if you need it. And all of those changes will be made in this new document, and we'll be asking for a resolution of support so that we can then transmit that to the county executive and the county council. And so there are a couple of things that happen at that point, and I want to make sure that we get there. I know that there were some concerns about what happens in the next step. So the county council will hold their public hearing. And so that public hearing process is going to be very similar to what we did at the planning board level. Postcards will be mailed out. We can also work with them on doing some of this additional stuff that isn't necessarily required, but we think it's in good form to continue to have explainers and to make sure that the document is translated in a way that everyone feels comfortable continuing to participate. We also have the county executive doing their own review, and that review also includes a fiscal analysis. And so I know there were some concerns about things that are in the CIP and who's responsible for what, and getting kind of ballpark numbers as to how much those things will cost the people that are kind of assigned as the lead agencies. We get that information from the county executive. They do that review, and they provide that as a part of their review of the document. And so what ends up happening is that we have this county executive review that is happening at the time that the council is preparing for their public hearing. And so then they take their comments, the comments from the public hearing, the information that they get from the county executive offices, which includes comments from all of those county agencies, because they weigh in as well. And so they're also, in many cases, they'll weigh in at the public hearing if they need to. They take all of that information, and then you end up with, if we are fortunate and lucky, we end up with another draft of this document. And so that becomes the document that, in many cases, ends up being the final version of the plan, and that comes back to the full commission for approval and a vote. And I think there's also another resolution, so we come back here. So we would also ask for another resolution from the City of Takoma Park to approve this final version of the plan. So as you can see, there are a lot of touch points for the community, but there are also just as many opportunities for the body that sits as the City Council of Takoma Park to actually have kind of that formal input, which I know many of you are hoping to have and wanting to use in a way that represents the interests of the City of Takoma Park. So we have this resolution today. We have the resolution for the planning board version of the plan. Then we would have a resolution that we would ask for the final version of the document. And so that is, once that happens, we would get a county council approval of, we would have, final approval of the document, and that would give you your approved and adopted version. And I'm going to add this, even though it's more information, and we didn't really talk about it, but there is a secondary process that happens called their sectional map amendment. And so that is a separate process, but what that does is it actually makes the land use and zoning changes. So we have the plan, which makes the recommendations, but there is kind of a formal process that has to happen after we've completed all of this, where you actually make the changes to the zoning recommendations, and it updates our official zoning map. And so, like I said, that's a lot of information. We do have it all typed up. That is something that if you need it, we can share with you. And if you think that it might prove useful to your constituents, we can place a link. Are you comfortable with putting on the website? We can place a link to this on the website so that people can follow along. We do have a timeline. It's not as detailed as this, but it might be easier for people to kind of understand where and how the engagement process comes together with the policy work.
Great. Thank you so much, Melissa. And I think that overview has been really helpful because I see this really as an opportunity for the council to generally communicate its plan, priorities for the plan, but allows us ample opportunity as we learn more from our constituents, as we learn more from other experts that are reviewing the plan around specifics that we have comments on and we may want to have modified. So I see this really more or less as this kind of kickoff step to allow for the rest of that process to happen. Councilmember DeBala.
Yes, thank you. I just want to go back over a couple of things to make sure everyone's got it. So at the very beginning tonight, so I've had several residents comment to me that the city council is approving the draft plan. What I hear you saying is something different.
Yes. So you're not approving the draft plan. What you're approving is for it to continue to move through the process. So you're supporting the working draft, which was placed online. We had a conversation about the progress draft, which became the working draft, which was placed online on May 26th. And so you're approving that draft becoming the public hearing document, so the public hearing plan. And so what that means is that you're accepting that the work that was done in the working draft is substantial enough so that it can move through the process and opening it up to the public record. So what happens is that document is really the document that the public will have an opportunity to respond to. That's where we open the public record, and that's where the comments that are made become the comments that inform the rest of the process. So essentially, a lot of the work that has happened to date was just gathering information and using that information to craft the working draft, which we think represents the existing conditions information, what we heard during our community engagement process, and then also looking at the themes that were kind of highlighted as kind of the big ideas that this plan needed to carry forward. And so we're asking the City Council, if you agree with the work that we've done to this point and how it's reflected in the plan, then we're asking for permission to move to the next step. And so the next step would be allowing everyone the opportunity to comment on this public hearing document and giving us the opportunity to open the public record, use this opportunity to take all of this additional information, sit down with the planning board and start to have work sessions where we're literally working with the board and the stakeholders and the city and the residents and kind of teasing out the things that either need to be highlighted or in some cases maybe removed from the plan so that we end up with a document that further reflects all of the goals and the desires of the community, if that makes sense.
Okay, so to recap.
Yes.
So we are not approving a plan. We are approving a process, essentially.
Yes.
And
So
part of that process is how much work you have done to date and whether we agree or disagree with the words on the page is not the point here.
So let me read to you exactly what we're requesting, and because maybe this will help. We're requesting that the Takoma Park City Council approve a resolution of support for the working draft to move forward to become the public hearing, to move forward to public hearing to receive public comment. So this is not, we're not asking you to say that this is a perfect document. We're saying we would like to be able to open up the document so that we can get additional comments from everyone. Because right now, in this part of the process, what we're really doing is we're talking kind of agency to city council. And so if we have, once we get to the public hearing point, the public hearing process opens it up so that all stakeholders can come forward and make comments, and they can become a part of the public record. So that means publicly, everyone can see what everyone else is saying about this plan. So it's not kind of individual conversations, it's a more comprehensive effort where it will be public. So I know there's some concerns about making sure that everyone has the same information. Every single comment that we receive will be public. We'll be able to see it, they'll be able to witness conversations that happen between city staff, county staff, the planning board, and other stakeholders. So now we have, instead of having individual meetings, we're talking about having very large meetings where everyone is present and everyone's kind of equal playing field, if that.
Okay, two more questions, if I may. So you talked about 3 resolutions.
Yes.
And so bear with me. Tonight, which is a process thing.
Yes.
Just before the county planning board, after the public hearings, after the public comment, and before the county planning board work sessions, is there potentially a place there for a resolution? Because I think you were talking about just before the county planning board decides, they do their work sessions, then they decide to send it to the county council and executive, and then at that point, when the county council executive are deciding, we get a resolution. Is it possible for the council? Okay, 2 questions. The three resolutions, have I got them in the right place?
Yes, you
And
do.
then is there, second part of the question, clearly there are some concerns that council members have about some aspects of this plan. And to go into more detail and also to allow us time to talk to our residents,
Yes.
would there be essentially, not essentially testimony that gets turned into a resolution, a 4th resolution? Is that possible?
That's possible. So the resolutions that I'm speaking about today are the ones that are required by the process.
Before the
Additional-
major decision
Yeah.
points by
Yeah,
others?
because, so
Okay.
in order for us to move through the major decision points, additional resolutions are essentially up to the city of Tacoma Park. If you would like an opportunity to, let's just say, for example, we extend, the public record is extended, and, you know, that gives you more time to gather information and potentially have your own meeting, and you wanted to present the planning board with a resolution that incorporates the results of those continued conversations that you have amongst yourselves and with your constituents, you can do that. So that is something that you would submit to us, and that would become a part of the record. And so that would be a resolution that we would recognize as a resolution coming from the body that is seated as the City of Tacoma Park City Council.
Okay, and then my third question, in terms of community outreach, that was a great summary of all the different ways you're reaching out. I had on my list to ask, for example, about translation, so you already talked about that. I understand some technical issues having the full public hearing here in this, and that's why you're saying a satellite here?
Right, so my understanding is that, one, it's parking, so there's an issue with making sure that there is an abundance of parking. And then there were some other technical things that made it difficult, considering the time frame, to kind of get everything located here. And so what we're looking at now is kind of the best of both worlds, because it will be a public hearing, so we'll have 2. We'll have the one location, which will be in our auditorium, and at the exact same time, there will be this location where virtually people can participate in the public hearing. If you would like to have, I think it's okay for me to say this, if you would like to have planning staff here in this office while that's happening, I think we have a large enough team that we can do that. We actually have quite a few team members that actually live in Tacoma Park, so they might be happy with the idea of being a little closer to home. But I think there's a way that we can come up with a happy medium to make sure that everyone is given kind of equal opportunity to participate. And if we need translation services in both locations, we can do that as well. And I know that that Roz has graciously agreed to kind of manage the effort for the City of Tacoma Parks, public hearing on this side, and then we'll have our team managing the effort that's taking place in our offices, and it will be virtual. And so I think our goal is to make sure that as many people are not just noticed about this opportunity, but are also given the most efficient ways to participate.
And when you do the public, when you review the public comments,
yes,
I assume you count written comments, comments after the hearing, just as much as people who are able to drive to Wheaton or here and stand up on a
we do.
Tuesday, Wednesday night. Okay.
So I can tell you that that what we typically do with the comments, and this is just giving you kind of some insight into the process, what we typically do is so there's the public record where we're going to get kind of this legal document that's like this binder of all the comments that we heard, where someone's keeping track of all of that. And then the comments that come in via email and writing, we take all of that information and we create a matrix. And so it's going to go into the matrix. We're not going to note this was in person, this was in writing, this came in via email, this was a letter. It's literally just about collating the comments under the varied sections in the plan and seeing what rises to the top. If we see that a lot of people are commenting about the environment, then we understand that, especially if they're all talking about the same issue, then that becomes a work session topic. If we see that a lot of people are talking about transportation, once again, it becomes a work session topic. And so that's how we start to lay out how many work sessions will this plan need, and we start to make sure that the resources that may be required for those work sessions are in place. And so all of that, like I said, all of that is public. We typically make that matrix of comments public so that people can kind of see what everyone said, but then you also have an opportunity to see how the comments are, and I don't want to say the word collating again, but you want to see how the comments are breaking out so that you can see where the big issues were, and then making sure that the plan got it right.
Thank you. And so I'm going to ask now if it would be possible for staff to be available during the public comment period to attend community meetings, perhaps such as the Long Branch Neighborhood Community Association meeting that I'm pretty sure we're going to have.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
I just looked back to make sure with the chief that he was, he may have a comment.
Well, so we're happy to attend events, but the public hearing process is one-way communication.
One way.
So it is for the public to provide comment to the planning board. So we're happy to attend meetings, answer questions, but that's not a public hearing.
Right.
And we're not going to share people's comments with the board. We don't want to speak for anybody.
Yeah.
We're happy to attend meetings, answer questions. Individuals will have to then provide their comments either orally or in writing to the
Good
board.
clarification. Okay.
Thank you, Elsa.
I have comments on the substance, but not now. I just wanted to get some of these process things straight in my head. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, Councilmember Siemens?
Thank you, Mayor. And Melissa, thank you for the explanation tonight. I have to say I was quite impressed that this long process that you've described, and you mentioned you have an outline of the process there before you, but I never saw you look down once. And you went on for many minutes describing the process. I'm impressed with
Thank you.
with that. I'd just like to start off with what would be the downside if this council asked you tonight to delay our approval for a period of 30 days?
Okay. So right now we have the public hearing anticipated date is July 13th. Because we don't meet in August, and we typically don't really get into kind of the meat of work until after the Labor Day holiday, we would be talking about a September date for the public hearing. I guess it depends on what needs to happen. Like what is the city council anticipating is happening during the delay? Because I think what we would want to say is that if there is a 30-day delay, which essentially ends up being 2 months, that it's being efficiently used? Is it just, it's a delay and then we still end up in the same place? Because keep in mind, the month of August, we typically do not have meetings just because everyone is on break, on summer break, and so people are just not around. So we end up having July is the month that we would have some time to work with, and then we'd be coming back in September. So we're really talking about a 2-month delay that kind of ripples through the entire process. I don't think there's any huge issue, I mean, other than it extends the process an additional 60 days. I mean, maybe Elsa can chime in.
Sure, and sorry, Elsa Heisler McCoy, Chief Down County Planning. For the record, I think there are many steps between here and the council's final approval. And it can be challenging for folks to pay attention the entire way. So we try to make the process as efficient as possible. I think if the goal of a delay would be to allow folks more time to look at the document and provide comments to the council members, I think the suggestion that Councilmember DeBala made about leaving the public record open would allow, so that if we're not going to have work sessions with the board until mid-late September anyway, the city council could ask the board to keep the record open until early September, when the council has their first fall meeting. And the goal would be then that there could be a resolution at that meeting that would be, the testimony would be part of the public hearing, public record. And then when the planning board work session started in September and to October, as long as we need them, we will have made the best use of sort of everybody's time. So we would have from Monday the 12th, so assuming everything happened the way we'd like it to happen, you would have from June 12th, when the public record opens, to potentially September 12th, just picking a random day. That's 3 months to go through the document and provide written comments for residents and for city council.
Okay, so those public or those comments at that time, or whatever the council supplies then to you for potential revisions to the document, how would that information be relayed to the planning board itself? It would not be, you would not be editing this document.
Right, so once the planning board approves a document as the public hearing draft, only the planning board, and in this case, the city council, can change that document.
Yes.
Staff can't change the recommendations anymore. It's a fixed, this is the public hearing draft. We're gonna hold a public hearing on the words that are in here, and then it is the work sessions with the planning board that say, change the number on page
That refine the
37 to
document.
this or that, or whatever it is. So were the city council to provide a resolution with these additional comments, it would be with the comments that.
It'd basically look like public comments.
Well,
like,
I think, this is a master plan in an incorporated municipality. So your resolution has a different legal weight than if I, as a resident of Tacoma Park, submitted a comment. I'm a resident. You, as the city council, you have a different legal authority. So we would have all of the comments, and then we would have, here are the city council's comments. So it would be next to, but as part of the larger commentary.
Right, and I just wanted to add really quickly that I think, just piggybacking on what Elsa said, we have an MOU, so you are a partner in this process. So this plan was done in partnership with the city. So keeping that in mind, when we're talking about a resolution that you prepare, that you give to us, that is then given to the planning board, I think the planning board is, like he said, is looking at it a little differently because you're a partner in this. And so especially if it's presented as a resolution from the city versus individual comments.
Okay. Hey, yeah, I'll tell you, where I'm feeling a little uncomfortable is that, I sit in this seat not because I'm a great person, but because my people in my neighborhood elected me to come here and represent them. And I don't feel like we've given them an opportunity to see the product that we're trying to decide whether we should approve or not approve at this point tonight. And that, you know, I just leave it at that. That's kind of what I'm thinking right now. Haven't made any decision yet. The document that we have here tonight, it says within the document that there's an appendix, but I don't see the appendix in the document that's that we have.
Right, so the appendix is typically a part of the public hearing draft. We will be making, if this becomes the public hearing document, you would have the appendices, which essentially represents the analysis, the work that we did in order to get to the recommendation. So it's really, a lot of it is what you saw as a part of the existing conditions presentation, but it's really putting that in a way. There's spreadsheets, there are some additional studies that may or may not have been done, things like the community engagement report that was also presented would be included as a part of the appendices. And I think it's important to note that the appendices are, they're more of the living part of the plan. So as the plan changes, as we continue to look into things that are brought up by either the city council or residents or the planning board, we would subsequently continue to make edits to the appendices so that it's adequately reflecting what's in the plan.
So are there actual appendices right now?
Oh, sorry, I think I'm on 4 right now.
Yeah,
Sorry.
the appendices are not included as a part of the working draft. We typically make the appendices available as a part of the public hearing document.
Okay, well, you said that the, like the school information is one of the part of the appendices.
It is. The school's information is a part of the appendices. So that's all of the technical analysis that is done to craft the recommendations. All of that information is a part of the appendix.
That's one of the things that concerns me is that, you know, the draft does say, you know, it could be 3,500 new residences in the city based on the recommendations in this plan. And if I look at what we have in the city now, you know, really it's easier to compare population. So if we said 3,500 new residences, even at 1.5 people on average per residence, that would put us over a 30% increase in the population at Tacoma Park. And yet, what you said was, when you did the presentation, you know, in the past, was that the schools have said they don't expect an appreciable increase in students in the school. And it makes me think I'd really like to see the detail in that appendix before I could decide if I would agree with that or not.
Okay.
So just to be clear, this minor master plan amendment is not going to govern schools, school construction, school capacity, school tests for individual development. So the schools have their own analysis. I perfectly understand you wanting to have to look at all the numbers. All the numbers are there. But the council's growth and infrastructure policy and the school's budget planning process and the development review process, which Roz had asked me to go through, and I'm happy to do that whenever the appropriate time is. Those are sort of the more appropriate times to have these discussions. So I just wanted to identify that there are separate processes here that deal with different aspects of what you've.
Okay, and I don't want you to know I'm not criticizing your work in any way. I'm just trying to.
I just wanted you to.
I'm just trying to increase my comfort level from where it is at the moment.
Understood.
You know, there's another thing that is not clear to me in reading the document, and that is, you know, a current concern, I think probably across the country, but certainly in this city, is stormwater and the can I say rising problem
Yes.
of stormwater runoff in the city, and I would like to see in the document, and this raises the question of if we make comments tonight, is that going to be, that's not going to be reflected in this document, it's going to be something I'll have to say again at a public hearing or in a future resolution.
Yes, if you're requesting an actual change in either the language or a changed recommendation, that could we? I don't think we would.
I think we would encourage you to make it part of the public record for the public hearing.
Right.
Just so that there's great transparency and everybody's seeing what's going on.
Okay, I don't want to jump in front of a moving train here that's moving on down the track. But at this moment, I haven't heard from my colleagues yet, but I would tend to ask my colleagues to delay this for a 30-day period. And that's all, thank you.
So one of the things that I do want to make sure that everyone is aware of, right? You're not jumping in front of a moving train, it's slowing down for you to get on so that you can get the necessary feedback from residents. They can put it all on record, we can put everything on record, and we have the ability to make sure, and I just want to confirm this with Melissa, typically as part of public hearing process, public comment processes for the record, it requires responses, correct?
Yes, I personally will respond to questions and comments. And so thinking about when I was explaining the matrix, what happens is as questions are asked, and I always encourage people to, instead of making declarative statements, to ask a question. Because what that ends up doing is it gets a more comprehensive response. If it's just, I hate this plan, then what we typically get is duly noted. If it is, I hate this plan because, and I would like to see more of this, and can you explain why I don't see more of this, then that is kind of a more comprehensive response where we can have this back and forth conversation. And so the matrix that we are going to craft will have a response for every single comment. And so it really becomes kind of this, a very kind of informal but formal way where staff is responding to what we're hearing from the community and then also giving people an opportunity to see how we responded. And so as I kind of keep stating, that part of the process lays the foundation for the next step. And so those next steps would be the work sessions. So, sorry about that. So the entire goal of what we're trying to do is to get from this point to the point where we can start to have comprehensive conversations about the recommendations. And I have, fortunately or unfortunately, this is my 5th or 6th master plan. And I can tell you that they never, ever, ever look like the working draft. The working draft becomes a public hearing draft, and then it becomes a completely different document because there is always change, there's always new information, and those opportunities for the public and the stakeholders to further refine this document with the planning board are some of the most important parts of the process.
Yeah. Thank you for that. I think one of the things that's really important, because we're hearing across the dais residents requesting more time to be able to provide the council with more feedback. I think that what we're approving is not necessarily the document. Of course, it's not perfect. But what we are trying to do is enter it into the transparent process of allowing for outreach as it pertains to the public comment period. I err more on the side of, I don't want it necessarily sitting with me. I would rather give more time to the people to provide the comments on the record. So I would rather move forward with this so that we can open the record and keep it open longer so that we have more time for residents to submit their comments. So I do want to make sure that I'm stressing that point to our colleagues, because if we don't move forward with this, then you're not allowed to necessarily open everything up for public, the version for public comment. You can't do that. We are then, I guess, working with residents or trying to work with residents directly to reconcile feedback and get comments together and try to come up with a summary of what we think people want to hear, versus just opening the record longer and allowing for the residents to put in their thoughts. And it's a really transparent process. So if I'm understanding this right, we can actually see the comments that are being submitted in
Yes, those
in
are
real
all-
time.
Because it's part of the public record, like that's the entire point of it, is that everyone can see everything that's submitted. And so I don't want to confuse anyone and to say that if we don't open the public record that we can't continue to talk with one another and to speak. It just means that it's not the formal process, and those conversations are treated differently by the planning board.
Well, and also, sorry, just to clarify, you would not be able to see the comments as they are submitted minute by minute. When the public record is closed,
We're not that good.
the public record would be published, and all comments received will be part of that record. They'll be in the matrix. You can read the actual document, and the public hearing will be video recorded, so everybody can watch it.
Okay. So I think that, for, in my opinion, in the best use of everyone's time, keeping in mind that council is also currently scheduled to be on recess in August, right? That allowing for, and I understand, Helza, that we have the opportunity to say, hey, let's keep this thing open a couple of weeks longer to allow us and our residents more time to digest and provide written comments. I err more on not necessarily giving the time to myself on council, but giving the time to residents by not delaying. Because again, I think very strongly that we're actually approving the process and not the actual contents of the materials just yet, right? And as we get to the resolution, we'll talk about some of the areas that we really wanted to make sure that the board understood and would prioritize during this process, recognizing that this is just the first step of many in terms of finalizing the plan. Councilmember Honzak?
Excuse me. Thank you, Mayor. So I'm really appreciative of everything that everybody's been saying, including my colleagues. And I'm extremely grateful to the planning board and the city staff who've been working rigorously on this through a 2-year process. I really fully appreciate that, and I fully appreciate that there are some of us up here who are newcomers to the process. And that's probably somewhat of the apprehension that we're feeling. I mean, we have to be realistic about that. But I share colleague Seaman's concerns about the feeling by residents that, I mean, I myself am feeling rushed, even though this is what I'm doing for a living right now. So, and I appreciate that we are a partner in this. And I think that actually speaks more volumes to me than anything else. I have spoken to our staff and asked them, and I'm saying this for the benefit also of the public, to hear me say this, me understanding to what degree the city has felt like we are a full partner and a really well-consulted partner was really important to me here. And I think what I've heard resoundingly is that, yes, the city does feel like we've been a very full and real partner, and they've worked hand in hand all along the way. And that's very meaningful, because that would make me say, okay, yes, we're saying okay to the process here. And then opening up for public comment. Where I am pausing is on two issues. One is the specific timing of this that just so happens to fall dead center in the middle of the summer. I don't think that's a great time. If your goal is to get maximum participation, I think most people would say no. That is most definitely not the time when we're going to get maximum participation in person, or even even if we extend it all the way through the end of August, I mean, for anybody who's not here, that's the time when people are generally often not here. So it's harder to for some people, it may be easier to carve out time to write a letter when, school's not in full session and fiscal deadlines, et cetera. So I guess September in that way, I mean, extending the deadline on some front for sure is 100%. I would stand behind that no matter what we do. But the second issue for me is what are the levers that we have to pull as council? And getting back to Dabala's point about, the 3 resolutions. Well, we can make more resolutions, but it's not a formal part of the process. This first resolution, like the other 2, as I understand it, is a formal part of the process. And therefore, in terms of the power that we wield to speak on behalf of our residents, and yet we haven't heard yet from our residents in any kind of meaningful way since the draft was produced, makes it uncomfortable even to say, let's go forward. And that's where I'm stuck. I'm a little bit stuck. This is my first moment as a council member to say, I've got this lever to pull. I could put this language in that goes into the formal record as my first lever saying, I feel that everything's been done. And if all I'm doing is checking a box and saying, my city staff feels that they have been fully consulted and participated in the kind of process that we've requested and we wanted, and this more or less speaks to what we've tried to achieve, then the answer would be yes. Let's go to the next stage. But if, on the other hand, I hold the lever right now to add something more to that says something about what my residents do or don't feel was right in the process and or the product at this stage, I feel uncomfortable there. So maybe you could speak just a little bit more, maybe dig in on the second resolution. I mean, when we have the power to say our second resolution as council, can you just talk again for me about when that moment occurs and what would happen right after that and right before that, please? Obviously the public record would come, but then what happens right after that?
So let me start off by saying that all resolutions passed by this body have the same legal strength. And the strength is that under Maryland law for the city of Tacoma Park, in order for the planning board or the county council to override a decision of this body, they need to do so with the supermajority. So for the planning board, that's 4 votes instead of 3. For the council, I think we're 9 members, so 5, or 7. So that is the strength with every resolution. So your resolution, I think as the mayor has very well put, tonight is about process. And so if the city council didn't want it to move forward in the next step of the process, the planning board, in order to override that, the planning board would have to have a supermajority. That's not what we're about. This is a partnership. But that's the legal strength. So I think similarly, if this body has a resolution that says we want you to change A, B, C, and D, for each of those things, if the planning board wants to do something different, you have more strength. But all of your resolutions will have the same weight. So the ones that Melissa talked about in terms of the 3 are really just to get to the next step in the process. Those are process resolutions, not substance text changes in the plan resolutions.
Well, so then my understanding would be if we wielded any power at this stage, it would be, and I'm not saying I want to wield this power, but that right now there would be a certain urgency to address the points in the way that council, let's say, wanted them. And I'm just stating it for transparency to the public again. If I said, I really wanted to see, missing middle in this, and I didn't feel like it stood out enough, but that would be one of the more public benefit. It's not totally clear to me how that's going to come through in this plan. So if I said that, then it's sort of, what is the power of that, and when can I pull that lever in a formal way that will compel it being listened to in the way that I want it to be listened to. Now, again, I'm not saying I want to pull that lever, but at this stage, if we said no, it slows down the process, and that sort of compels, it has a greater power than if it's just it still has a legal power, I hear you, but to be addressed in the way we want it, it could slow down the power and make for it to be more expedient or more powerful. At least that's the way I read it.
I would actually
Is that
suggest
no?
that it would be the opposite of expedient.
Okay.
Because there, at some point, is going to be a public hearing.
Yeah,
And
okay.
there's going to be a public record, and the planning board is going to take into account the comments they hear from you, from everybody else, and propose changes. So in my experience, and Melissa can speak for her experience, which is greater than mine, the public hearings at the board and the council are the most important in terms of comment, because that is the foundation. The work sessions are about the comments provided during the public hearing. So those two times are the most powerful times.
Yes.
And I do just want to say, to Helza's point, that is why, for me, it is important that we enter into the comment period and extend the comment period. So if we have the opportunity, and it sounds like we definitely do, to send in a request to ask for more time for the record to be open, to allow for more comments to come in, that's a more ideal use of our time, because during that time, you have the chance to talk to the residents, you have the residents that are able to submit those comments. We're able to more refine what it is that we want to see as a council based on those conversations, and then we submit a resolution that would solidify that. And so that then, to me, gives a little bit more weight, because we'll have a lot more time to really just interact with the residents. And so that resolution, our optional resolution, and we could put forward as many as we want, letters, testimony, whatever we want to do. That's up to us. But because we have that MOU, and because of how the structure works, whatever we put forward is going to have a lot of weight. But it sounds like what people really want to make sure of is that our residents have the time that they need to provide comments. And I would say that I would rather get those comments on the record.
Mayor, I see that we also have Roz Grigsby. If I just want to say one thing, share one thought with you is, I was thinking, okay, it does make sense to me to open the public record as soon as possible, honestly, just to begin putting it on the record and make sure every comment counts, and to extend the time into September. I think that would be a very good idea. I would love to see somehow in the process some event happen in September, whether it's necessarily on the schedule of the public hearing record, perhaps an event hosted by our city, a participatory event in which we're sort of in listening mode as council members, as a collective, where I would hope that we would get more turnout here than in the middle of July, and we'd all at once, not because, we all know that residents are not necessarily going to have, most residents aren't going to have time to read through all the public comments unless they're really, really focused on it. Whereas if we had a listening session together, we'd all be hearing one another and realizing what things we're coalescing around. And I would think that could be very fruitful, but I don't know how we could do that in a way that would, because that wouldn't be part of the formal hearing process. So anyway, I'm just sort of throwing that out. I'm brainstorming with myself how we might be able to move the process forward and yet fulfill the fact that I'm concerned about the midsummer deadlines here.
And I will just say that, as was mentioned about, I know that Councilmember DeBala, and there's an upcoming Long Branch community meeting. There is the possibility, and as was mentioned earlier, for those residents that can submit their own comments, that's great. But if we're having conversations with our residents, again, we as members of the council have the ability to provide comments and submit those comments as part of the public record as well. So if it is the case that you are concerned that you have residents who are not, who have thoughts, but perhaps are not able to submit written comments as part of the public record, then we are able to, as a council member or as a council body, to provide those comments and make them as part of the record.
and I don't want to prolong this conversation longer than necessary, but I think it's good that we're being transparent in public. You know, I'm going to name a few issues that I think are likely to rise up during the process. And I think what I'm getting at here is I think that residents from Long Branch and from my ward and from Terry's ward are going to have different opinions. And you know, already I've been screamed at several times today by some people who said, you know, I don't want that many more, you know, residency. Okay, but and there's some other people who are like, this is what we want. All right, yeah. And another person, traffic study. So what I think is an important part of the process, not only are we speaking on behalf of what we perceive to be, however it is our process, majority maybe, or maybe not the majority, but something that we feel is equitable, but that the residents themselves might have the chance to hear one another and hear how we are bringing those voices together. And so I think, I mean, we only have, 3 residents besides ourselves in here tonight. That's unfortunate. I would hope that we, and a few online, but I would hope we might be able to, somewhere in the process, help the different parts of the neighborhood come together and hear how we're reaching a greater level of consensus. I think that's just super important. And I don't know, maybe some people have suggestions on how they've seen this happen in the past, but I perceive that we're actually at a difficult time. Tacoma Junction is something that is demonstrative of the fact that we didn't all come together and rally together, and we're going to have to agree to disagree in this process maybe too, but we need to maybe go through some kind of process where we do that coalescing. Anyway, and I don't know, I'm just thinking outside the box right now as I'm hearing the September flexibility and trying to imagine what we could do to make that happen. I don't know if it's giving anybody ideas or, because that's expensive what I'm proposing and maybe, or difficult maybe, I don't know.
I think that there's definitely opportunities for the council members to interact, possibilities for the council at large, if you wanted to have listening sessions from residents about comments or questions that they have regarding the plan. I would say, though, in many instances, there's a lot of nitty-gritty, detailed related questions and comments that people may have. And I do think that it is important for those matters to get put on the record, so that not only the staff that's here, but other staff that may be responsible for answering some of those questions and going on the record, so that those responses are actually helpful to help drive what the final plan will look like. So I do think that there's opportunities, and we can definitely work with our staff to identify ways in which we can bring residents together and have those listening sessions, particularly for those residents where there's concern that perhaps they won't go online to write up their comments. But I do think, again, that the question before us right now is around whether or not to open up the record. And I feel very strongly that we need to give people as much time as we can to provide those comments, while we are also, and again, our staff has been great at coming up with lots of community engagement around this plan. I mean, I've seen them at the Crossroads Farmers Market. I've seen them at, National Night Out. I've seen them everywhere around the city to get thoughts around the what people want to see. So I believe that it is possible to work with our staff to try to identify a method of making them aware that the draft plan is available now for public comment. Yes.
May I just for a second respond? First of all, I appreciate all this back and forth, Councilmember Honzak and Mayor. I just wanted to make sure that the appendices will be in the draft soon, so for the community to see those.
Yeah, that's important.
If you support the public hearing draft and the planning board supports the public hearing draft, they would be online Monday.
Do not support anything substantive in the process.
Yes, and I think that the process does provide the community with the ability to respond, and you're saying that information will be available in the near future so that people actually have the information they need to really evaluate and provide their response. So I have been persuaded to support approval of that plan tonight.
Councilmember Gibson.
Yeah, I'm torn. The part of the issue, you know, supporting this process, I think that a resolution that this council would sign on to tonight, or whether it's 2 weeks or 4 weeks, the question is what value added. I totally agree that we have not gotten, haven't had time for our residents to comment as fully, let alone with each other. But we as the council are, I'm asking what value do I bring here? What value do I, and talking with my colleagues, it's been rushed. It's been helpful, but it's been rushed, and it's not, I would like to certainly we want to open the hearing process. We want to open the period of time so that we have more comments. I'd like our citizens, our residents, to in part see what we, the council, want. And what we have so far, we've moved forward on it, but I do not think that, I think that a delay of some period of time would give us more time to articulate those priorities. I think the mayor used the word priorities that we want to make seen in the draft. So I am open to a delay, short delay, as to be able to give ourselves time for a more careful review of what we want to say as our priorities going forward, as well as the extended period of time, adding the month for the I guess the open hearing process, or whatever the terminology was. So I'd like to see both, some delay now to allow our residents and ourselves a little bit more time, plus a longer period of time with, I really like the ideas of having something creative in the September timeframe as well that would allow for more citizen engagement.
Councilmember Fulcher.
What other projects are you guys working on right now? Like your group specifically?
So we review development applications, and so we are not presently reviewing any applications in the city of Tacoma Park, but we're reviewing development applications in other parts of the Down County area, and we are working on an urban design study in Friendship Heights. We are working on an update of the Silver Spring streetscape standards, and we are in the early stages of groundwork for a new master plan covering the equity focus areas in the Down County area, in sort of the East Silver Spring area. Those are our main projects. We have various other smaller things, but our 14-person team is doing that right now.
And so that's like maybe 3 or 4 other projects that are sort of in different phases than this project and kind of pretty different from this, right?
I mean, every master plan project is unique. There's always it's a different community, different set of priorities, different set of circumstances. Market conditions are different. So yeah, I mean, each one's different. For this plan, we started talking about what to do with the Adventist campus. The hospital is going away. It's zoned for single-family housing. What do you do? In Friendship Heights, we're looking at sort of understanding, we're doing a study to understand how people use Friendship Heights, so sort of an early level study.
So I'm asking because I'm thinking about city staff and I'm thinking about our bandwidth as a city council who does not have staff. And so what are we gonna accomplish in this month that we might delay? I think I would be more in favor of maybe delaying a week to really, because what I'm hearing from residents is that they haven't had a chance to weigh in on the resolution that we have. And I think that makes sense, but delaying a full month doesn't make sense to me because having the residents speak directly to the staff of 14 people is what makes more sense to me. And, you know, how helpful is it as us as elected officials to sort of be are we a conduit or are we an impediment to encouraging our residents to speak directly to the planning team? Because I don't know how many times our residents are really going to want to talk to anybody about this plan, right? Because people have a certain amount of bandwidth to spend on this. And so is it better for our for us to accumulate what residents are saying to us and for us to give that information? And, you know, how much of an impact is that going to make on what they're going to decide to do versus our residents just talking to them directly? Was just sort of part of my thought. And, you know, I think I've been obvious that I don't love the minor master plan with where it is right now. And I am hoping to see some of that public input move it along from where it is right now. And, you know, possibly a resolution later also. But I'm just not sure that us delaying more than a week to get some more input on the resolution that we're going to pass in order to help influence it at this stage is what I would want to do.
Councilmember Honzak?
Are we guaranteed to have it granted if we ask for a request let's say we do the resolution, we say yes tonight, and then we ask for the extension, which I understand is a separate process. Is it we, the council, that asks for the extension or the city staff?
So if we're talking about holding a public hearing on July 13th.
Yes, holding the public record.
And keeping the public record for the
keeping it
July
open.
13th public hearing open to September, I would encourage the city, that should be in the resolution.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
It's not certainly my decision, it would be the planning board's decision. I cannot imagine they would reject that.
Councilmember DeBala?
Yes, and in fact, I intend to propose just that, because I was the person who originally wrote the last bullet on the list of things in the resolution at the moment about expanding community engagement. So I think it fits really nicely right in there to, and I can read the, yeah, I thought I was. I was simply saying that I was planning to propose just exactly that, to amend the last bullet in the current resolution to add in that we keep the comment period open until mid-September to allow all of this extra, this public process to take place. I wanted to come back to this question very briefly. If we recommend tonight that we want to delay and we have some suggestions about what we would like to see changed, would you in fact be able to change those things before you go to the county planning board? In other words, is there even any potential for changing the draft that is currently labeled working draft? Yeah, that's what I thought.
So I think were we to do that, I think that would amount to a public hearing in September. I think just because of the time it would, so we would need, if we updated the language, we would need to post it. We posted it for 2 weeks for the planning board. Yes. So I think in that, if that's where the council wanted to go, we could certainly make those changes. We would post it as soon as possible. Planning board hearing would be the planning board hearing to decide when the public hearing is, would be 2 weeks after that. And then we would go through the same process, but that would mean a September public hearing.
So I do have a question. Would we, because we do have planning board scheduled tomorrow to look at the working draft.
Right.
Would we, and you would need the time to craft a new resolution.
We would.
That incorporates what you would like to see, which means we'd be going to the planning board tomorrow without a resolution, which means we probably need to have another planning board session so that we could discuss the resolution.
So that actually pushes it
Yeah.
back even further. Okay.
Yes.
All right, so let me come at it this way then. If we were to give a resolution tonight to move to the next step and raise some general issues and said in fairly plain language that we intend to come back with details during the public comment process from the council, in addition to whatever residents want to do. Would that, well, that's clearly an option. I don't have to ask, I could just suggest that to my council members, my fellow council members, that we continue down this path of identifying general areas that we have concern about, flagging them now, and saying that we'll be coming back with more, just so it's clear, saying that we'll be coming back with more detailed comments from the council rather than necessarily, I mean, residents giving us input is another story. So, yeah, okay. I'm just trying to figure out how to work through this.
Councilmember Gibson?
Well, I was just going to follow up with Councilmembers DeBala. So if there was with language like that, we would then be encouraging our residents to respond to us as well. I mean, as well as making note that we're going to come back with more details. I mean, I think that that I'm not necessarily in favor of it, but I'm just wanted to build onto that not only would we be saying that we're going to come back with more details, we would also, during that, before we come back with more details, we would have an opportunity to get information from our residents, additional information.
Yes, the other option is to split this resolution in two and say,
So,
we'd like to go to the next step.
Just
and-
would
and-
like to say that we've not put the resolution on the floor at all.
Right.
So I just want to make sure that we're sticking true to the conversation before we move the resolution, and if there are any edits that would need to be made. So Councilmember Gibson, do you have any other comments?
About prior to getting into the resolution itself, is that what you mean?
Yep.
No, I'll just stand by my, I will follow up that Council Member Fulcher made a suggestion that we have a 1-week delay. I support that.
Okay, and I just want to remind folks that the 1-week delay would mean that the planning board, which is meeting tomorrow, would not have the council thoughts in hand as they are reviewing the draft. So if that is something that members of council would be open to, I would like for us to move forward with actually moving the resolution forward so that we can have conversations around potential modifications that might meet the specified needs of the task of moving the process forward. Ideally communicating to the planning board some of the big picture goals that we hope to achieve through the plan, and also our intent to provide comments in the future.
So you're looking for a motion?
As long as there are no more questions for our county colleagues regarding the process.
So again, I would just clarify that if it's the will of the council, it's the will of the council. If the council does not want, again, a week delay, even just a week, if we can't go to the planning board tomorrow with a vote in terms of whether.
I'm sorry, Mr. Gawal. I just asked for you to respect our panelists and the people that are here and to not disrupt this meeting. No, sir, you cannot. We are not dealing with public comment at this time, and I'm asking you to respect our guest. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I just want.
Diss us, just don't diss anybody else.
I just wanted to clarify that a week's delay in getting a resolution from we would want to tell the planning board tomorrow, the city council supports moving this to the next step in the process. If we can't say that, then I think if the city council intends to make a resolution on this question, I don't think we would be asking the planning board tomorrow to set a public hearing date. And so that would again sort of push the process back.
Great, thank you. Okay, so, all right, Councilmember Fulcher.
Just one more question, which is, you had talked about keeping the public comment period, the record open longer, to an extended period of time. Would us delaying a vote change that in any way, the ability to keep that public comment period open longer? Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Siemens.
Sorry.
Councilmember DeBala.
Yeah, so just to clarify, so if we were to delay a week, then how would that affect the schedule for the, I thought I heard you say earlier that it pushes it back quite a bit more than a week, which, may be okay, but I just want to clear up that point.
Sure. So as Councilmember Honzak mentioned, it's the summer is not the best time to have a public hearing. We are trying to do it as early as possible, July 13th. I think if it were, I don't know that we would want to have a public hearing at the end of July. Certainly, we wouldn't be able to have it in August. So I think essentially a week delay would mean a September public hearing.
Why not?
Councilmember Gibson, you were not acknowledged. Councilmember Honzak's light was on first.
Thank you. Is it possible then to open up a public record and have written comments start to come in July 13th and then have the public hearing at the end of it? Is that ever done?
So the public record opens when notice of the public hearing is posted.
Okay.
And so the notice of the public hearing needs to be posted 30 days before the public
Gotcha.
hearing. So
You mean exactly 30 days or at least 30 days?
no less than 30 days.
No less than 30 days. So
So-
it could be done now for September.
Yes. Yeah, for September we have a lot of time.
And could the public record thereby be opened
No.
as soon as possible?
The public record wouldn't.
You
well,
can't-
So I think if the council said, we don't want to decide tonight, and we are, accepting a September public hearing, then we would, whenever the city council passed its resolution, after that, we would go to the planning board and say, based on the city council's recommendation, we're asking for you to designate the progress draft as the public hearing draft and set a public hearing date of September X. Then we could post the ad in July, and as soon as we posted the ad, so that's at least 30 days before, it could be longer, the record would open at that time.
Is there a downside to doing it that way? I'm sorry, that seems like that could be really fruitful, but I unless you're just saying that would delay your whole process tremendously. But if you started to open the written public record earlier than the public hearing, but maybe that's just not a process that can be done.
I think it's important to note that it's not just about getting comments, it's that they're responding to the actual document. So,
Yeah.
which, if we say that the once we set the public hearing date, there is an actual document that they're responding to that can't change. So we would have to have a resolution supporting a document
Yep.
in place, having had a conversation with the planning board, designating that document as the public hearing draft, and then opening the record.
Yeah.
So it would be great if we could, like, say, we're gonna start on June 12th and the record's open, but they're not responding to, they wouldn't be responding to the public hearing draft. They would just be responding to the working draft.
I guess, I'm sorry, I don't understand that. So if we were to pass a resolution tonight, if we were to pass saying go to the next step, you go tomorrow, they vote that it's a public hearing draft. I'm
Okay.
asking if
I-
then
Okay, I get it.
you could open the public record on the date that you have proposed the public hearing, but instead propose the public hearing to happen at the end of the process in September.
So, okay.
That's what I'm suggesting. Is that
Okay, I
clear
see
now?
what she's saying.
Well-
Is that out of form based on a legally binding process, or it just, there's a reason not to do it that way?
So again, we would not be able to open the public record until we publish the notice, and we can't publish
Yes.
the notice until the city council and the planning board agree on the date of the public hearing.
Gotcha.
So once that happened, we would be able to publish the notice, we would put the documents up, and the public record would open.
Okay, so I just want to repeat really quick because I
Yeah.
think I'm there. I think I'm
Okay,
here.
yeah, I know it's a little bit
So-
odd what I'm asking, but
so
yeah,
We were talking about having the public record stay open until mid-September
yes.
and having the public hearing in July. And so it sounds like what I'm hearing Councilwoman Honzak say is to swap the two, so that instead of having the public hearing in mid-July, we would have the public hearing at the end of the public record period.
Yes.
So they would vote to support the working draft as the public hearing if the public hearing happens in September. And we would go to the planning board tomorrow, and we would set a September public hearing date, and we would notice it well before the 30-day period, so we would still notice on June 12th. So the public record would be open that entire time, and then we'd get to September where we would have the culmination of the public record, and that would be the public hearing. And instead of adding the additional time on the back end, we'd have it on the front.
Yes, Ms. Williams, thank you. You have that exactly right. Thank
Okay,
you.
Thank you.
Good job.
It took a minute. Okay, thank you.
Is that possible?
It may not be Monday because we have to change the, but it would be very soon.
I would like to hear from my fellow council members if that sounds of interest. Or or perhaps from you if there's some downside that I'm missing.
So I mean, so I think procedurally, it's fine. It's, the challenge is the longer it takes, the harder it can be for folks to, so there would be the public hearing for the planning board, the public hearing for the council, but, and at each stage, you know, the plan can change significantly. So we have 2 public hearings at least to go. So that's the only consideration. But if that's the will of the council, I think that's perfectly workable.
Oh, wait, there you are. Okay.
I would just add, in terms of engaging with the community, you have a public hearing kind of galvanizes people to think about it, and they hear other people's comments, and it spurs things. It's not a kickoff because of the public notice requirements, but I think it definitely it's an event that gets people engaged. If you do that at the very end, then people who weren't in town in August, because you're talking about the public comment being open in the hardest part of the summer to get people's engagement, and then you get to September and you have a public hearing and you're done, and people have, I think a number of community members will kind of have a, wait, what? Now? You know, now I'm ready.
Utter nonsense.
Again, sir, I don't want to get to the point where I have to ask for you to be removed. So I just ask respectfully for you to respect others. Thank you.
I'm just saying, in terms of engaging the community in a process like this that's long and slow and fairly abstract, that I think events like a public hearing help people understand that this is the time to get involved.
Councilmember Fulcher.
I guess respectfully, Roz, as my neighbor in Ward 1, you know that I'm a mom of 4. Like, I wouldn't be interested in any of the process during the summer, right? Like, I wouldn't be interested in the public comment or the hearing, because like I am in like children taking care of mode in the summer. And so like I'm just having a hard time wrapping my mind around someone like me who wouldn't necessarily be on the city council and how much weighing in they're going to do during the summer on any part of it. And so, I don't know if it matters which parts in the summer. If it were me, I wouldn't be weighing in for any of it until it was, until we're back into the swing of things in September.
So one of the things that I do want to make sure that we're keeping in mind, because I hear both points. Like I hear that the July the 13th is right after the 4th. Most people are going somewhere, right? They may not be available, which I think is actually an important and valid point, and they're definitely not thinking about a public hearing. But I do also think that we want to and need to ensure that there is, that we make sure and definitely have time after the public hearing to allow for people to provide comments on record. So that's where the catch-22 is, because we're going to also be coming off of our recess, right? So, if the idea is that we would do a mid-September, if we were to do a mid-September in for the comment period, ideally you would want that public hearing to give folks at least a week after to provide their comments on the record, right? So I think that's the trade-off, because we're going to be coming straight out of recess. You have Labor Day. Then you need to do that hearing. Then you need to give people a week. So you're really talking about closing the comments at the end of September in order to allow for that to happen, if I'm making sense at all. So you need to at least make sure that you have a week's buffer, maybe even 2, after your public hearing to allow for people to give comments. And that kind of goes back to Roz's point that some people aren't going to pay attention until they're listening and talking and hearing what everyone else has to say. That galvanizes them, so then they put something on record. So it sounds like what I'm hearing is that, one, there is a desire to make sure that the comments are open longer. I think everybody agrees on that. 2, there is a real concern, and everyone acknowledges, with having a public hearing happen during the summer. So it seems like there may be a possibility to push it back into September, keeping in mind that that will likely delay their ability to respond to those comments. And so it's going to delay stuff, right? Everybody just needs to accept it and be okay with it. And 2, that means and 3, that means that if we have the public hearing, it probably would need to be like the second week or so of September, and that means you're going to need to leave that public comment period open after that hearing to allow for the people who are just now waking up to provide those comments. So it really sounds like you're looking at the end of September in terms of the public comment period closing, and if you're having a hearing in mid-September. So that means that if we were to pass a resolution tonight that would start the process, then that would mean that we would be requesting for the public comment period to end the end of September, public hearing to happen mid-September, and the record would be open that entire time. So I don't know if you all caught a lot of that rambling, because we had a lot going on out here. That's for me the crux. So most people are going to need that time post-public hearing to get their thoughts together and to actually put in those comments. So to what extent would delaying this thing in terms of, I'm not gonna say it's a delay, because y'all gonna have to work the whole time. Because the more comments we allow, like the longer we keep this thing open, the more comments you're gonna get, the more stuff you're gonna have to do. But to what extent would having that comment period open until the end of September, having that public hearing in mid-September, kind of send us down this path of basically delaying the process by a good, maybe what, month and a half? No.
So, well, I did have a question. Does this kind of revised process still anticipate that the city council would provide a second resolution? Or does this get us past the point of needing a second resolution?
So I would say we probably would still need that second resolution, right? Because again, as I'm understanding, as I'm thinking through the process, and I know us and I know our community, we're gonna get a lot of comments. People are gonna have a lot to say. And that will likely inform what members of the council may want to suggest that we change. And so that's why I was like, well, if I hear what people have to say, that gives us a little bit more time. The comment period is open. That gives us more time to kind of gather our thoughts as a council around concrete things that we want to see happen in terms of the plan itself. But if we delay that down towards September, then that means we too would have to get ourselves together, because we would be in recess in August. Public hearing would happen mid-September. We would have probably a week or two if we want to send anything else in, and then we would need to send it in. So I think what's happening is it would be a pretty tight September coming off of recess. And there's a lot of other things we have going on. So just, to just level set for folks, that's what we as a council would be looking at. And the expectation would then be that we're not just spending the summer in Aruba, I wish, but you're using this time as a way to kind of engage your residents. Councilmember Honzak, your light is on.
Yes, I do think that that's a really good idea. I think by, delaying the process by a month or a month and a half is not a huge amount of time, in my opinion. And if the goal is to, have translators and all these other fantastic resources that the county can bring to bear, let's use those resources in September when we're likely to get maximum participation to coalesce the voices of the residents. And I think Roz is right. It will, and our mayor, that it will have people, more people having more to say. However, Ms. Williams, you said earlier today, what are we going to do during that time when we have these different delays? I'm not sure anymore that I agree that I think I'm backtracking. I think I might be okay with going ahead with a resolution tonight, but opening that public record as quickly as possible so that you will begin to receive the same letters I'm receiving, and they will go on record. And you will have time to start thinking about those, because hopefully you'll be getting letters too. I mean, I've been encouraging my residents, as much as possible to come together with other residents and try to form, joint statements. And I think that's part of our job as is to coalesce. And then, and I don't know that, most people are going to be gone during August. So hopefully most of us, maybe you all won't get to be, I hope you get to be. But you'll have I think if you have opening up in mid-July, you'll have enough letters to start, looking at some of the comments in the same way that you would if we'd opened the public hearing. And so it wouldn't be dead time. And then we would only move to the end of September. So I'm leaning that direction.
Councilmember Gibson?
Yeah, I at the risk of belaboring you, I got somewhat dismissed when I suggested that we wait a week, and that would be, and you, sir, you said, well, we couldn't do the 20th or something like that, which would be 1 week later. Could you please explain why that 1 week, if instead of it taking place on the 13th, in other words, if we were to delay our resolution 1 week, got that to you, that the next step would be for you to do something, you pushed it past September. Why could we not do something in late July?
So that was only in the context of having a July 13th public hearing. So if we're looking at a September public hearing, then there's plenty of time.
So we could do the delay as well as what we've proposed here, to extend it and hold the public hearing in September. Okay, that's where I would fall out.
Councilmember DeBala?
I remember a conversation I had with somebody when I was on the Recreation Committee. And I was talking about how we were all going away on summer vacation and we couldn't do X, Y, Z, whatever it was. And she said, no, a lot of people in this city can't go away for the summer vacation. So if we move the hearing, I think it's really important that we keep the public process, that we open the public process as soon as possible. So that, and that we start the outreach, the translations, all of the stuff we talked about as soon as possible. That said, this might be a workable approach to move the hearing in September and start the public process now. I agree with something the mayor said earlier, which is to have more time up front for city residents to tell the city council what they think about a plan which is off the county record, and the county is ultimately the decision maker. I don't know that that gets us too far because people just have to repeat. So I like the idea of moving more quickly to the public process. I've suggested some words already when we get to that resolution, which I'd like to see someone introduce, that would capture this concept of move more quickly to open the public process. Have the use the summertime to reach residents who don't travel, and to have the public hearing in September with a couple of weeks at the end for all the people who did get to go to Maine for the whole summer and are just tuning in when they get back at Labor Day.
Can I ask for clarification?
Councilmember Gibson?
Yeah, I wanted to clarify, to start the comment process as soon as possible is what you said?
That's what I said.
And that would mean what, in terms of, what would we be doing in terms of the resolution tonight, or would you be willing to accept a week delay or not?
So I'd like to hear how far we really are off on the substance of the proposed draft before I say that we don't already have most of it captured.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Hanzak?
I would like to move that we consider the resolution.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, great. So, resolution is on the floor. Whew, and it's only 10 o'clock. Okay, so I have been, and I wish there was a way for me to connect my computer.
Is there not?
I don't know.
Put it up? If you had it, could you share your screen?
Yes.
Need an HDMI cable or what?
Okay.
You could join the meeting on Zoom, I could send you an invitation.
Yeah, if you could send me an invite, that'd be great, and that way I can just share our screen. I should have asked for that earlier. Okay. So while we wait for me to get the link, just so that everyone can see my screen, let me just make sure.
Can I ask a process question?
Yes.
So this is the draft resolution that was posted originally a couple of weeks ago with a bunch of different amendments that council members have submitted that was posted today.
So this is the version of the resolution that includes the language based on comments, and I know I've had lots of conversations with members of council, except for Councilmember Gibson's friendly amendments. I have all of those in the version that I will put up on the screen. So I think that this version captures the essence of what colleagues have requested or we talked through. So I just want to make sure. Okay. And Jesse, do you have, you probably have sent this to me already and I just haven't opened it up yet. Got it. All right, so I am going to jump into the Zoom. I want you all to see my, all right, I am going to.
Recording in progress.
Oh, shoot.
Jesse, are paper copies of this available for people who are able to? Does everybody already have one? Does everybody already have one?
Less the edits.
Got made just now, yeah.
Okay, I think I fixed it.
Did you have one?
If folks are interested in the resolution, there are paper copies over there on the table.
Councilmember Gibson, your edits are not available. I can make
It's okay, I have them.
There are separate edits that I've shared with the mayor.
Excuse me, Mayor, if I wanted to propose some additional language as, I mean, you're proposing a friendly amendment, but some additional language to this related to the public record date that they said should be in the resolution. Is this the time to introduce that?
Yes, and I have included it, it's in there.
Oh,
So
okay.
let's just
Oh,
make
you
sure
are-
that
oh,
we're
you just
all,
made some.
let me make sure folks can see what I have going on. Okay, all righty. So, just as a reminder, again, this is about recommending support of the planning board designation of the public hearing draft. So just as a quick reminder for all, I think no one has any amendments to the whereas clauses that was in the version that has been posted, correct? Councilmember Hanzak, there was a note around within one of the city's most racially diverse communities.
Thank you, Mayor.
We also included a summary of all of the community engagement activities that has transpired. I don't know why this is not working. We will fix that. All right, let me see if I can move that. All right, people can see my screen. Okay, so the other component, and we'll fix that. I don't know why there's that. This version is not acting right. But we have the whereas around the Housing and Economic Development Strategic Plan that included the use of county allowable. This is the City of Tacoma Park's Housing and Economic Development Strategic Plan. We explicitly called out encouraging the use of county allowable use and zoning provisions to create and expand housing types that are underrepresented in Tacoma Park and desired by existing and new residents of various incomes, needs, and abilities and family configurations. So that language was added just to remind the board of that fact. Based on the conversations that have happened tonight, we said now therefore be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Tacoma Park supports planning board designation of the progress draft as a public hearing draft and the setting of a public hearing. And so I added the following language, just amended the following language just to make sure based on the comments that we've heard tonight. Be it further resolved that the City Council requests that the Montgomery County Planning Board consider the following, along with future substantive comments from the City Council to be provided later. And then the next components, and I do just want to make sure folks don't have any additional edits.
The first bullet, as was discussed, was around the missing middle. So leveraging county zoning provisions, Councilmember Gibson's friendly amendment of and incentives for currently undeveloped or underdeveloped property within the planned area to address the city of Tacoma Park's need for a range of housing types, specifically affordable home ownership opportunities for low to moderate income residents and market rate rental, both underrepresented housing types. Retain and improve the existing stock of affordable housing with the goal of no net loss of affordable housing as a result of redevelopment within the planned area. Retain the diversity of local businesses and enhance the neighborhood economy by encouraging ethnic and locally owned business clustering and compatible retail uses communicated during the master plan community engagement. The next point was ensure that the plan has the flexibility necessary to develop and identify opportunities for additional public spaces, specifically at the Washington Adventist Hospital site. That was a Councilmember Gibson friendly amendment that provide benefits that are critical to the city, such as school, recreation amenities, a public pool, healthcare, specifically mental health services, public green spaces, and community gathering space. Councilmember Gibson's friendly amendment, strengthen plan elements which emphasize important social factors such as connectivity, pedestrian and bicyclist safety, as well as environmental factors, including tree canopy growth, stormwater management, and a plan level assessment of these environmental factors. And then while, based on the discussion tonight, I am offering the following amendment. We have continued to meet the unique community engagement needs in the city of Tacoma Park by offering a range of opportunities for residents to offer feedback throughout the plan development process, including holding the public hearing in September and keeping the public comment period open until late September to allow for additional feedback.
Can I have my copy?
Yes, I'm sorry. There you go. Okay, so do we have any amendments? Councilmember Honzak?
I think I have at least one right now that's more concrete. The other one's less concrete. On the last addition that you just made, I think we need, maybe they can correct us if I'm wrong, but my understanding is that we might need to clarify because we're asking for an somewhat unusual order of operations here, but it would say something more like including holding the public hearing in September and opening the record as soon as possible, plus keeping the public comment period open. Does that sound right? Yeah, so that otherwise they might do it their regular way. And I have two other proposals.
Instead of keeping one opening.
I just want to make sure, this is a question for my, for my county colleagues. Is it a matter of the public record on the draft plan being open or the public comment period?
Or is it the same?
So I'm looking at the language, and I think what you might want to say is including setting a public hearing date for September and opening the public record for comment upon the approval of, as soon as possible. I was just going to say upon the approval of the planning board approval of the, yes, it's a lot of text. You can just probably say as soon as possible.
Okay.
And then
Comma.
we would say opening the public record as soon as possible and keeping it open. So we would be asking for, you would want an additional 2 weeks. I think it's helpful to be clear about how many additional weeks you think you might need,
Beyond the public.
and then adding that. Because if you say late September, it's kind of vague. And
Could we say setting the public hearing date in mid-September, to be clear, so we're not,
you could do
or is that
that.
too specific?
You could do that.
Is it, yeah.
And so typically what they do is an additional 2 weeks after the public hearing.
Yeah.
So I think if you just say, and holding the, keeping the public record open for an additional 2 weeks after the public hearing, I think would suffice. Yeah, we think that's sufficient.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Might I
Yes.
add the other two? So the second one is also very discreet. It's on your bullet, if you could go up so I can see the other bullets, the ensure that the plan has the flexibility, that one. I'm sorry, down. My apologies. There, the one at the top. Ensure that the plan has the flexibility. And this one may require some further discussion here. I would propose that it says, by the way, I appreciate the changes that you made to this one based on the first draft of the resolution. Thank you so much for the extensive dialogue yesterday. Ensure that the plan has the flexibility and the necessary zoning tools / guidance necessary, etc. My concern here is that I am pleased that it has so much flexibility, but I am also, as I am not a professional planner by trade, I am wanting to see some more specificity and hope that we will learn a lot more, all of us, including our residents, about what kinds of specificity can be employed to give us, the city, some power over identifying opportunities for additional public spaces that provide benefits. That's really, really super important to me. So I was, and guidance or / guidance, so that it's clear that it's sort of one.
Question, guidance? Whose guidance?
I'm open to other words here. I'm trying to think of the tools that, there's sort of, for example, there's, the zone, and maybe it's incentives, but it might be there may be other zoning tools than just incentives. And maybe that's too specific to call them zoning tools. I don't know, maybe we could invite even Roz Grigsby or one of our planners to give me some more general language. I'm looking for the whole suite and array of planning tools that get employed in a plan such as this, besides the zoning classification itself. Is that the correct language to capture?
Because I hear you, because I know, setback requirements, for example, because we're talking about aspects of creating a little bit more green space in this one. Those kinds of things could potentially be tools that could be included in the plan that would actually help.
So with regards to the bullet that you're working on right now, I actually think that's fine because it reads very much like what we would have in the plan as an optional method density recommendation. So looking at this, it's very clear because you're talking about benefits critical to the city, and you're still really talking about zoning tools. So the lever that we would have to get some of this stuff would be if they did an optional method development, and we would tie some of this to the way that they could buy their way up to the density that they would need.
Can I ask a question about, so I want to give you a for example, because I was
Okay.
trying to figure this out actually. So just for example, there are 2 green spaces. There's one green, I'll talk about the one green space. There's one green space right now that is known as Hospital Hill, that is currently green. There's a huge level of interest in the surrounding neighborhoods there to keep that green, particular green space green versus just if they presented one big master plan as this plan sort of right now the draft suggests they would do. They would give us one plan, then we'd discuss the development. I'm not familiar with the particular levers that could be pulled in the development process and or possibly right now in the development besides saying that that parcel, would have a different zoning requirement. I'm just, again, not being a professional development, if we're going to give maximum flexibility, then they could put the green somewhere else potentially, and that would keep me up a little bit at night on behalf of my residents.
So it wouldn't be the zoning, I think the guidance, that would be guidance. So the sector plan could say, this hill should stay green. So I think the language you have on the screen now covers what you
And
want.
is that guidance, or is it something, is there something stronger that we can pull besides?
So you could recommend, you could give it a different zone.
That's what I'm asking, yeah. Is that the
So-
only way to sort of make sure that?
Is it necessary
Yeah.
to name it at all? I mean, can't you just say flexibility and then leave it?
Well, because I
Why
don't
that?
just want flexibility, I guess that's what I'm getting at, because this is where there are some things that residents have called for more prescription over, just as you would say, we don't want such and such height. And this would be one of those things. I mean, it could be part of the green promenade or whatever, but that particular piece is of particular interest to me.
The challenge of zoning is where do you draw the line? Because
Yeah.
for zoning, there has to be a line.
Yes.
So I think the staff recommendation would be to just have very strong language in the plan. And, the development would have to substantially conform to the recommendations of the plan. I think especially if the community very much supported it during the development review process, if the applicant did anything other than keep that green, then the planning board and the city council would be in a position to have a condition of approval that says that has to be green. But I think that the tool, the lever that you have that connects to something is the language you have on the screen.
Okay, yeah, it sounds like we could further this discussion over the next few months too. I just want to make sure I've got the right thing in there. Thank you.
Councilmember DeBala.
If you could go up to the top there, thank you. Okay, so, the second bullet, I just want to ask, I want to have a clarification. The goal of no net loss of existing affordable housing in the plan area, that's what we mean. So if someone, what I take that to mean is not no net loss in the city, but no net loss in the plan area. And so and the practical effect of that, I think, is if 10 years from now, someone wants to take down a building on Maple Avenue, they can't just wipe out an entire building of rental housing that is affordable. And so that was my first question, is to clarify what no net loss meant. My second question is to clarify affordable. So is that low income, low and middle income housing that is, because I guess where I'm going with this is a comment that was made earlier by a resident about whether we want to expand, quote, lower income resident opportunities. Well, that's not their quote, that's my quote. In the plan area, or if we want to, I would suggest that we have plenty of bottom end rental, because we have rent stabilization. We already, even our moderate income is way below our low income. everybody else is low income. And so I'm interested also in the missing middle type housing. And so I'm personally, I think I'm comfortable with no net loss because I think affordable includes both. But that's what I want to just hear from everybody else about.
Sure. I mean, I can speak to my thoughts. So the missing middle is, as I saw it, is covered under the first bullet.
Okay.
Our housing and economic strategic plan somewhat clarified that for our city, we have a lot of low to moderate income housing, but for our city, we have a gap as it relates to affordable home ownership opportunities. We have been working quite hard to try to figure out places where people can own property in the city that's not $650,000, $700,000, or some of our condo communities have HOAs that are $1,000 a month. So how can we identify affordable home ownership opportunities in our city? And then, Councilmember DeBala mentioned that, the idea of the low to moderate income, the market rate kind of rental piece is also the idea of addressing that missing gap in the rental market. Right now, we have a number of multifamily buildings that are tailored towards residents that fall. I know, in the colonnades at the creek or the new Hillwood Manor development, 60% below AMI. So that's typically where a lot of these units go. And so what we hear a lot is our teachers, our police officers, they too want somewhere to live, and there's not available. So that missing middle, the idea was covering that under the first bullet. The retain and improve was really geared towards the multifamily buildings, affordable housing that is available on Maple Avenue today.
Yeah,
What
so
we-
not losing what we've got.
We're not losing what we got. If you want to come in and you want to take over Essex House and turn it into something fabulous, we need to make sure that that we are keeping affordable housing there.
Is it rental housing, or is it more than that?
It's all about the existing stock of affordable housing. So it's mostly rental that we have within that plan area. So making sure that that remains affordable is a priority.
This doesn't say rental.
But you don't necessarily have to explicitly say rental, because we're
No,
saying
they're not all rental.
they're not all rental. So it's existing stock of affordable housing within the plan area gives us the most flexibility. So that's the difference between the two bullets. I think the question that was asked was, what was the intent behind the second bullet, which is more keeping what we have, and where is the missing middle? That's covered under the first bullet.
Okay. Next bullet, diversity of local businesses. I don't know who wrote this, but I'm troubled by the word ethnic. And I would feel better just taking it out. Locally owned businesses. And take all comers.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that was, so I will say that,
Not yet, not yet.
okay. That was some language that was actually lifted in part from the Tacoma Langley sector plan, where you have a number of small local ethnic restaurants and businesses, and the idea is to try to encourage their continued space in the community. On Maple Avenue, we do have some Ethiopian owned businesses. We have some in the Erie Center, and so we want to try to keep that diversity. I think locally owned is important as well, but I do want to stress that locally owned is not the same as ensuring that you have a culturally based business center that serves the needs of the residents. Many are of those backgrounds. So I think that's the piece that we have to ask ourselves, like, is how are we prioritizing the ethnic diversity, not just as it relates to the people who live here in our housing, but the businesses that they're able to patron and making sure that they're meeting their needs.
Okay, and as you just noted, there is an example of this language in a plan document from the Langley sector. That helps me a lot. I'm good with it. Can we keep going for a second?
Yep.
Because I think there was one more. Yeah, the bullet that talks about strengthening plan elements. I don't think I understand what plan level assessment of these environmental factors is, because I felt that the stormwater and tree canopy sections were actually pretty substantive and detailed already. So did you suggest that?
I did. It had to do with the discussion that we had, I think, here with regard to the climate assessment, which was delayed, and that there is a plan which hasn't been executed that would look at not just individual sites, but the whole area. So that's what this is to look at those environmental factors, those climate factors, to assess them for the whole plan.
And so rather than say what you said in your original proposal,
Yeah, I took some words out of that and put it over here.
yeah. Because if your concern is the climate assessment, then I'd just as soon say that.
Well, we could say it in here.
Environmental
I wanted
factors.
to add to the existing one, didn't want to create a separate bullet, but
Well, we could do it, just suggesting, including tree canopy growth, stormwater management, and climate and plan level climate assessment. or
plan
the
level
cli-
climate assessment,
Yeah.
that works for me.
Okay, let's do that. Did you hear that? I am suggesting a friendly amendment to the friendly
To
amendment.
the friendly amendment? Okay, I'm sorry, I'm getting
so-
lots of amendments right now, and I'm willing to
Oh.
camp out if we can get this thing done.
Okay, so strengthen. That, the bullet that starts strengthen.
Okay,
Very last section.
okay,
And climate, wait a second, and plan level climate assessment, because that's what we really mean. And then period.
okay.
Do we want to put that cap, because the climate assessment is a specific,
It's a specific thing?
yeah,
Sure.
is it not?
Could I add another little tiny friendly amendment, just 2 words to that?
Okay.
Same one. I would like to see right after stormwater management, maybe climate resilience.
So.
Just so that we're not, not all about
I
mitigation.
felt like it was in there, I might have
Yeah,
lost
I
it.
thought it was in there. All right.
It was, you know what,
in mine.
yeah, Gibson and I had discussed it in his
No, it
friendly
was in
amendments,
mine
but
too.
not in this one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So.
Thank you.
So where did you
North.
put that? Did you put?
Right, between
climate-
stormwater management and plan level climate assessment.
Okay. Councilmember Hanzak.
Okay, I also would like to offer for anybody else to come up with something better than my language, but I had drafted, I'm sorry, it's hard to be visual here, I had sent it around, but it wasn't made formal to the public, about an impact statement, basically saying if you increase, by X number of residential units, then does this plan at the moment take that into account? What are we going to do? Traffic studies, numbers of additional students, additional services that will be needed, and how does that impact on infrastructure, et cetera. So the language I just passed over to you in handwritten, I don't know if you want to put it on the screen just so people who are visual could see it.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean we have to keep it. That would be my amendment, another bullet.
Yeah, I do have one quick question for the, while I am typing, the county staff. So the question around the impact of potential development that may result as implementation of the plan. So what is the impact of increasing residential units or service provision across this area related to city services? Is that something, and this is where we started the conversation, where the difference between what would be covered under a plan and then what would be something that would come out of the development process. Questions around how much traffic is going to be impacted as a result of a project. Whether or not we need additional school space as a result of development. Is that, I know that there are some aspects of that that's covered in this plan. Is that more that's done? And I'm just trying to make sure I understand like the timing of that. I'm sure that there are some things that get handled towards the end once you have cost impacts and things like that, but I just want to make sure I understand where the impact analysis come in.
Sure, thanks for the question. So because this is a 20-year plan, we wouldn't be able to do that level of analysis at the plan level. So we do it with every development application. So with every development application, we're looking at forest conservation, we're looking at stormwater, we're looking at school capacity, we're looking at traffic, we're looking at zoning code, we're looking at master plan language. So we're looking at all of these things at the development application level.
Okay. And so the assessments that you all do, right, because there's lots of appendices that we will see around looking at the current state of the schools and the like, it's really just to understand the foundation of what might be needed, or if there's current gaps, you account for it in the plan.
So at the sector plan level, we're really just looking to see, do we need a new school site in the plan area? And that's a yes/no question. The growth and infrastructure policy, which the county council passes, has enrollment levels for all of the school clusters, every school in the county, and then when a development application comes in, we look at, okay, where is it in the county? What school cluster? We're in the Down County Consortium here, and then we're going to look at the capacity at the high school level, the middle school level, and the elementary school level. If on a cluster basis it's sufficiently oversubscribed, then the developers at the time of construction pay a school impact tax. And then those dollars are used to build school facilities.
Okay. Councilmember Hanzak?
Okay, but I mean, just as for example, there's schools, there's wider roads potentially from a clear, I mean, if we're talking about a lot more residents, if you're right, 30%, I hadn't done the math, let's say 30% more residents, this is substantial. So there would be, within a 20-year period, for sure, an impact on schools. That's a huge impact on schools. There would, unless it was seniors or something, there would be an impact on traffic flows. So I guess my understanding of the mayor's question then is, on some level, besides just a yes, no, would we need a new school site? Is there some other consideration that gets given to that as you are developing this stage of the plan? It seems to me like you almost have to, otherwise, you know, you're proposing, for example, a green promenade. You would need to, and zoning requirements. So if you thought, oh, this is really going to substantially increase traffic by, 30%, which I'm sure you wouldn't be because we're assuming it's green, but it seems to me that would be the stage to at least say, and therefore we I don't know, that this green promenade would be wider, or these areas will need to be set back more. I don't know, just some things like some basic considerations. That does get considered to some degree, right? Or is it not until later?
Those are, so all of the school capacity issues are looked at every 4 years as part of the growth and infrastructure policy, which guides how the planning department finds that public facilities are adequate. So the determination of whether or not public facilities are adequate to support a new development is done at the time of the development application with the specific data collected for that application. So it's because it's 20 years, it's not going to be constant. There could be peaks, there could be flat areas, so it's done on an as-needed basis as the development applications come in, while the county council and the schools have their process to look at where are we county-wide for, transit, roads, schools, other things. So all those other parallel processes come into play in the development and review process. So when I say that it's a yes/no question for the master plan amendment, it's just for the master plan amendment. So once this is done and approved, there are many other pieces that are going to keep moving. And so that's why the assessments are done at the development application rather than looking at a potential over 20 years.
I think one of the things that is helpful, because we just did the EYA project last night, just because zoning allows for a particular height doesn't mean that your development proposal is going to be at that height. If we have zoning that allows for flexibility, that zoning could allow for us to build an aquatic center. Well, an aquatic center would have very different traffic flow and needs than two 10-story multifamily buildings that need underground parking. So all of that is based on what ultimately is developed on the parcel, not necessarily based solely on the zoning. Just because it's zoned for 10 stories doesn't mean that the development that would be there would be 10 stories.
But if I could just clear, and I
Mhm.
see Gibson, I don't want to cut you off, but just on this point, with the school, for example, if I were to make this plan as we're putting forward this plan right now, and I projected that, well, the way we've just rezoned goes up to could at its most go up to 30% more students going to this school, just in a general ballpark. And then I do the math real quick and I say, there's no way that that footprint at the height that we just zoned it at could ever meet the requirements. Then to me, that would trigger, okay, well, this plan better take into account the possibility, if we wanted and felt it was necessary to have a school in this zone, that we should make sure that it's in a different spot in that master plan zone. And I know it is my understanding that, in fact, you can't necessarily do that because the way the schools do their process and do their demographic projections, and I think I'm right about that. Can you just say, yeah, that is right, you can't really do that?
Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't really, realistically, have a project that would increase school capacity by 30%. So it's going to be much more incremental than that.
Yeah.
And again, the growth and infrastructure policy and working with the schools, there's a formula for unit type and student generation. So every development application will have a number of students generated based on the unit types proposed. And again, it's done on a project by project basis.
Councilmember Gibson?
Yes. Yeah, I'm uncomfortable with the gap between the scale of the proposal of the draft, which again 3,500 units, which could be times 1.5, times 2, times 3, who knows? But that there isn't in the plan, there isn't a recognition that these proposals, the zoning and the other recommendations, have some pretty serious implications that will occur, sure incrementally, and you don't know whether we're going to get all 3,500 units, but traffic will be increased. Infrastructure costs are going to have to be borne by someone. Sidewalks, stormwater will be affected, and it doesn't make a lot of sense to be talking about this property up here stormwater when the property down the hill stormwater is affected. It needs to be seen collectively as a comprehensive plan. I think that affects stormwater, that's traffic. It also might also be education. So that was kind of my biggest stumbling block with my comfort level with this plan, is that there's no recognition of those significant, perhaps incremental changes and costs that will change the character of our city. And so I asked, and it was shared questions that I asked about relative examples of retail. We've been told that there wasn't enough retail. What is an acceptable level of retail? What would it look like? All these are huge gaps in my mind. I'm not a city planner, I can't visualize it. I'd like to have some examples or some projections. So that's really my biggest area of discomfort with this is that gap between the aspiration and the implications of that. So I wish, I don't know whether we can tailor, maybe that's why I was asking for a week, because I need to have this language put into the plan or a recommendation that the progression, the trend line in terms of traffic, in terms of stormwater, et cetera, is looked at, that we are going, and it will have an impact. Anyhow, that's what worries me.
So, sorry. So what I want to make sure that everyone understands, which was explained, it is very hard to assess the impact of traffic when you don't know what's being built, right? There is a huge difference between the traffic flow for a multi-family building where maybe you have people coming into the garage, they're going to be at home all night, and then they're leaving in the morning, versus a retail strip where you're going to have people that are going to be cycling on and off your parcel multiple times a day. So the traffic design and the traffic plan and the traffic studies have to be based on the actual use proposed by the development project, right? So that nuance piece are some things that are accounted for, as you know, as was mentioned earlier, when you have the individual projects. Now, for the purpose of this plan, it is very clear that there is points around pedestrian safety. We've communicated that, transportation, making sure that the connectivity is clear, making sure that, so that is within the bounds of the plan. But what I don't, what I want to make sure that everyone understands is what ultimately is built in the city is something that is determined by the market factors, folks that may come into the scene, as well as the city council. So if there is a development that comes up within the city, we would have the ability to weigh in on, okay, we want to make sure you have local businesses. We want to make sure that the storefront has XYZ facade. We want to make sure, because they're going to have to come before us. But that's part of the development process. It wouldn't necessarily be a part of the zoning process. The zoning is really more about how high, how wide, what's the setback. I'm oversimplifying.
Yes.
Because I'm trying to save you all from having to stand up at the mic. But that's, you know, but that's basically the difference. So I want to make sure that folks kind of understand that nuance. So if there is a desire to include something in the resolution that says ensuring that factors such as traffic or I think it was traffic or school needs or, yes, but we also mentioned that earlier, like I could add traffic in here in terms of the strengthened plan elements which emphasize, but we mentioned the schools in terms of the bullet, ensure that the plan has flexibility and zoning tools, guidance necessary to identify opportunities that are critical to the city, including schools. So I guess that's what I'm trying to make sure, like if we're expecting some big massive traffic flow plan or assessment, that's not what this would do.
If I might.
I'm sorry, I want to stick to the score.
Sure, obviously, we're not going to have a traffic study, but there are, projections can be made. As there was the projections were made about the number of units. That's right. That we can make projections about the amount of traffic based on that, or based on steps towards that. We can make projections, and we don't see any. We don't see any steps between where we are right now and this 3,500 units and the other recommendations. So I'm not looking for a traffic study like we're going to have at the eatery. You know, I'm looking for different projections or models that will help me as well as residents see what this might look like. Yeah. And I think we can, anyhow, whether we can hammer out some language tonight, or that's, you know, like I said, that's why thought we needed a little bit more time. So there's some place between, Mayor, between a specific traffic study, specific numbers, and some likely projections, just like the 3,500 units.
Do,
On this. Okay, can I move an amendment
Sure.
to this?
Yeah.
I move an amendment that would say something like the following. Elaborate more specific, and by the way, I did not just craft this, I crafted this over several hours a few days ago as one of several bullets. Elaborate more specifically on what will be needed to account for the impact of increasing residential units on service provision across the area, meaning the amendment area, including in relation to city services, schools, traffic, etc. We could put infrastructure, etc. But I'm thinking of, the police station, the library, the physical space that is utilized in this area. So it is not, I'm just asking for elaboration. So that could be, sort of a general statements that would be in the draft to, as you said, to give residents a sense, to give all of us a sense as a city, and looking forward over 20 years, what would we be looking at? How big could this demand get? What would that look like just in general terms? I feel like it's not really in here, and maybe that's not normally a part of the plan, but to me it belongs in here in so much as we're talking about the number of residential units, because that's part and parcel of planning. But again, welcome. That's, and I'm going to put that motion.
Support that with infrastructure in there.
Okay, all right. So we have a motion on the floor. Councilmember Gibson added infrastructure. Okay, all those in favor of adding this item as another item?
I had a question, I had actually something also, or maybe instead. And it was based on a question about something that Elza said, I thought I heard Elza say earlier. So I thought you said that some of this is dealt with in the county planning boards every 4 years growth and infrastructure policy. So I was wondering if it made sense to tie this elaboration to that process rather than just try to plunk it in here. But that I need to understand if I got that right.
So for this resolution, I would suggest putting in exactly what you're describing. Have it as a performance standard. The more specific language, will be as we move forward through the work sessions. I think it's more important to capture the intent of what you want to see. You're not saying on page 37, change this word to that. You're setting a performance standard for the work sessions down the road. So rather than, because on each one of these, you could have 10 pages, right? We wrote a plan to do just that. So I would suggest, I think the growth and infrastructure policy process is starting up. I would encourage the county council to get involved, or the city council, county council as well for that matter, to get involved in that process. But in terms of the resolution and the issues and concerns being raised by the council, I think the level, Councilmember Gibson, that you described in Councilmember Honzak is the perfect level.
Okay. Then I take back the possibility of an amendment. Thank you.
Okay, so.
Read it again, please.
No, I'll type it. It's fine. I've been typing for, nope, I got it. No worries.
Can I ask a quick question
Sure.
while you're typing that? So my understanding is, like yes, you have suggested that maybe there could be 3,500 new residences in this area. But if a developer were to go and suggest that they were going to start building one of these areas that you're recommending that could be built up, isn't it within provisions that as they're suggesting that they're going to do this, that there has to be some proof that there is infrastructure in order to support that. And so, you know, you're not saying like, we're going to go ahead and add these, you know, 3,500 spaces, and if we don't have infrastructure, they're going to get to do it no matter what, right? Like you build up infrastructure as you're developing.
Yes, and the 3,500 is the maximum theoretical yield. If every project in the plan, every site in the plan area was built out to maximum density.
Which would take a long time.
Which doesn't, in my experience, has not
Never
happened
happened.
anywhere. But as I said, each project as it comes in, that assessment is made. Do we need to make improvements to schools? Do we need to make improvements to roads?
Hospitals, all those things, yeah.
Okay. All right. Amendment is on the floor to elaborate more specifically on what will be needed to account for the impact of increasing residential units on service provision across this area, including in relation to city, okay, we don't need this in relation to. Elaborate, do we need to? Yeah. Okay, elaborate on what will be needed to account for the impact of increasing residential units on service provision across this area, including city services, schools, traffic, and infrastructure.
That works.
Okay. Yes.
I just think that it actually, the plan, it asks for more residential units. It also asks for retail. So I would want us to look at some of the units or some of the buildings may do other things besides having so increasing residential and business units or something like that. Just so that it's inclusive for all of the growth that's being planned. It's not just housing.
I would suggest that has to be an amendment to this that we vote on.
Okay. All right, so, Councilmember Gibson?
Yes, yeah.
So, wait a minute, I want to make sure I have this right. So, first we vote on this, then you can put in your amendment, and then hopefully we'll be close. And retail. Now, Councilmember Honzak, you can say you're okay with it.
I am okay with changing that to increasing residential units and retail.
I want to know why Terry doesn't like it.
That's fine.
What did you say,
She was saying
Council?
I might not like it, but
Oh, well.
I'm just trying to get done.
All right. Okay, so now Councilmember Honzak has accepted Councilmember Gibson's friendly amendment. Now what's on the table is adding a bullet, elaborate on what will be needed to account for the impact of increasing residential units and retail on service provision across this area, including city services, schools, traffic, and infrastructure. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstain? All right, so now we have a resolution as amended on the table, okay? So clerk, do we just need to do all those hands up, hands down in terms of voting on this resolution?
Oh, why don't I just call it,
Thank you.
if that's okay?
That's great.
So on the resolution as amended, Councilmember Fulcher? Aye. Sorry, Councilmember DeBala?
Aye.
Councilmember Gibson?
Yes.
Councilmember Siemens?
Aye.
Councilmember Honzak?
Yes.
Mayor Searcy?
Aye. Okay. I know it's been a long time, but we are moving forward. So I thank you all for sticking with us. I'm going to make sure that I save this. I have been assured that the finance presentation is 15 minutes. So if folks are willing to try to tough it out. I think she can. I'm sending it to her now.
I need 5.
All right, 5 minutes. right, so let's get to our final agenda item tonight. Work session on the third quarter financial report. I'm gonna turn things over to Acting Deputy City Manager Eubanks to kick us off.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm joined this evening by my colleague, Susan Chung, Finance Director. I do believe that the presentation this evening is fairly straightforward, but I of course, have reserved a Q&A at the end, should we not touch on all of the pertinent items. In your packet and included in the posted council agenda is the quarterly financial report, and in a lot of ways I'm just going to be running through the document page by page. And in the presentation, we've included some of the page numbers as well, should folks want to now or later follow along. So hopping right into this, the third quarter financials begin, of course, with the fiscal year July 1st, 2022, and run until March 31st, 2023. The purpose of the quarterly report can really be summarized in 3 points. The document itself is a summary of revenues and expenditures up until March 31st, and they do include the budget amendment or budget amendments that have occurred over the course of the year to that point. And in presenting the revenues and expenditures up to that date and comparing them to FY22, we do begin to uncover some discrepancies from year to year. And we'll get into why the year-to-year trend analysis, if you will, is important in a moment. And then finally, it enables further inquiry and investigation. So when you do that year-to-year comparison and see that things are either above or below the prior year, it does encourage and allow for opportunities to dig deeper into the question of why those inconsistencies exist. There are some limitations to this report. Of course, it is, by nature of it being a report, and reports taking time to be composed, it is retrospective. So here we are in June looking at the period up until March, and so there's a time delay. So it's not, it's not immediate. It's not year to date. It's up until March, and so there have been changes in our financial reporting from now and until March. It's influenced by the practices of external parties on both the revenue and expenditure side, and what I mean by that is we're talking about revenues that we in a large part don't have control over, right? So these are in some regard passed on to us after being collected by the county. They are subject to when people want to pay for certain things. So for instance, charges for service are subject to when somebody wants to purchase a trash can, and so we don't have control over when that revenue is received. And then on the expenditure side, it's also true that we do not always get invoices in a timely fashion. And one of the things that you'll see, or maybe you've already noted as a part of the report, is the fact that the expenditures are perhaps lower than what you might expect for this period of time in a year. And so what that's representative of is the fact that about now, Finance Director Chung is sending out reminders to our directors to ask vendors that we participate with and do business with to send us invoices that you haven't yet received. And so about this time, we get an influx of invoices that would otherwise have been paid should they have been submitted on time. And so that's reflected and is a limitation in our analysis, or any analysis that might be done. There are irregularities in month-to-month revenues and expenses. So we kind of talked about expenditures being subject to the seasons, subject to invoices being provided. But revenues are irregular in a lot of ways too. So there are some revenues that are received monthly. There are others that are received depending on the seasons. As for instance, again, coming back to the charges for specific things, I'll use mulch as an example. Any payments for mulch come at a very specific time of the year, and so those revenues wouldn't be reflected to date, right? Because the mulch programming from our Public Works Department doesn't begin until late spring, early summer. And then finally, there are other payments that come as a lump sum. And so, again, a limitation depending on when those dollars are provided and anybody's ability to deduce certain details from this report. And for all of those reasons, this is an imperfect forecasting tool. And so we talked about this a little bit, but on the left-hand side, you will see the majority of the revenue sources that are included in the general fund. As we talked about during the budget process, taxes and utility fees make up the bulk of the revenue sources that are coming from or being applied to the general fund. But also we have licenses and permits, which I think is self-explanatory, fines and forfeitures, use of money and property, which is essentially interest income earned from deposits in the bank or investments that we have for some of the city's pension payments or retirement plans, so on and so forth. Charges for services, just some examples, are inspection fees, any charges that are related to our recreation programming, and then again, just as an example, sales from mulch or the purchase of trash cans. Intergovernmental, all of our in lieu of payments, so in lieu of police, in lieu of roads, in lieu of crossing guards, all of those are considered intergovernmental. And the report goes through in great detail all of the revenues that are associated with any given section here. But this is just a summary of them, and then some miscellaneous ones. On the right-hand side, you'll see, as I alluded to earlier, just the way in which we receive some of these revenues. So again, in lump sum, all at one time, all of our in lieu of payments come. There are other sources of revenue that are also lump sums. There are quite a few that are monthly, so most of our property taxes, or excuse me, most of our taxes, so real property, personal property, commercial, railroad, and utility, they're received monthly. They are not the same sum every month. In fact, most of the real property taxes are received much earlier in the year, around a very specific time. So one of the things you'll note in the report is that 98% of our real property taxes have already been received. But we will still get income on a monthly basis. It'll just obviously be much, much smaller than it has been to date. We talked about seasonal, and then there are also some sources of revenue that come at fairly unpredictable times. And on the right here is just an example of the comparison that's done as a part of this report, comparing, and I think this is typical for reports of the past too, comparing the current fiscal year in the quarter that we're talking about to the former fiscal year. Okay, so now that we've done kind of a recap of revenue sources, here are some highlights from the report itself. All funds for the current budget, so this is the budget that was passed by council plus, any amendments over the course of the year. On the revenue side, they total $42.7 million, and on the expenditure side, they total $56.6 million, which you can describe the difference in two ways. You could call it a deficit, or you could call it the reserve contribution. Here we decided to call it the reserve contribution, and it's $13.9 million, but that's inclusive of $5 million in bond funds that have been dedicated for the library project. In Q3, again up until March 31st, 2023, total revenues received represent 88% of the total revenue expected, so $37.5 million. On the expense side, 47% has been received at $26.7 million. and that leaves for Q3 an excess of 10.7 million over expenditure, revenue over expenditure. Again, I caution you to draw too many conclusions from this, right? Because revenues have their nuances, and expenses certainly have their nuances. So this is not a suggestion that the ending actual dollars spent and received will be any different than kind of what's been budgeted for. That's not the conclusion to draw from this. It's what you can draw from this is that we've received the majority of our revenues and we haven't received the majority of our expenses. On the general fund side, the current budget, meaning again the budget adopted by council plus all of the amendments, the revenue is 27.3 million, expenditures 36.6, with a reserve contribution of 9.3. 93% of those dollars have been received from the general fund. The majority of those are tax revenue. On the expenditure side, 55% have been received, and that is in excess of $5 million revenues over expenditure. And so, again, kind of one of the things that this report does do well is allow us to compare year to year. And that's helpful because although there are not necessarily trends month to month that are easy to follow because of the nuances in which revenues and expenses operate throughout the year, there are trends year to year, right? The seasonality of certain revenues is pretty consistent, right? The seasonality of some expenses is fairly consistent. And so a year-to-year analysis is much more helpful in trying to determine kind of where you are at this point in the budget season. And so the goal of kind of staff, once we receive these numbers, is to do that year-to-year comparison and then also to identify where inconsistencies are and then to answer the question about why those inconsistencies exist, because that is when we get some insight to help us kind of figure out what changes we might be able to expect before the end of the year. And so inconsistency in this regard, in this instance, we're calling a difference from year to year of 20% or greater. So a difference in FY22 or FY23 that's larger than 20%. And so you see this in a couple of places, and that's what we'll focus on. But first, just to, again, highlight that for taxes and utilities, that 92% of that revenue has been received. 98 has been received for this year. I'm not sure why these numbers are inconsistent, but the correct number is 98% of the taxes for this year have been received. And that is fairly consistent with years prior. Okay, excuse me. 92% of taxes and utilities have been collected. Specifically for property taxes, 98% of property taxes have been collected. So for penalties and interest, penalties are essentially late fees associated with rental licenses, property taxes, and refuse collection. The difference in FY23 and FY22, where FY23 is higher than FY22, is mostly a projection anomaly, in the sense that every year, because it's very difficult to assess to what degree you'll be receiving late fees, the way in which we do that is a percentage of the prior year. And so for both FY22 and FY23, we exceeded in a fairly significant way what was projected, just based off of kind of our simple way of calculating penalties and interest. On the use of money and property side, again, this is interest income. The difference between FY22 and FY23 is largely just a reflection of the market. And so I think we all are very familiar with the fact that in FY22, we had very, very low interest rates. And in FY23, we have much higher interest rates. And so the difference between those two is a reflection of that change. On the charges for services side, it is all very much volume dependent. And so passport services is, for instance, we don't change the way in which we market passport services. We don't change the way in which we operate passport services. But for this year, passport services are up. And so again, very difficult to kind of model, but you'll see that in the report. And overall, charges for services are higher this year than they were last year. And if we want to get specific, I'm on page 4 of the report. And I believe the difference between FY22 and FY23 on charges for services is 93% in 23 and 85% in 22. Moving on to page 5 of the report, we're finishing up revenues. And on the intergovernmental side, you'll see that because this is a lump sum payment, all of our in lieu of payments have been received. And so again, in lieu of payments cover police, it covers crossing guards, it covers our roadway maintenance, and parks and maintenance. So 100% of those dollars have been received at this point, which is consistent with the former years. There is a difference in cable franchise fees. So in FY22, 53% of those fees were received, and in FY23, 35 were received in FY22, and in FY23, 50% were received. That is a timing issue. And so in FY23, the payment that we received for cable and franchise fees was received on time and processed in Q3. In FY22, the payment was received late and processed in Q4. And so the difference that you see is not necessarily a difference in the projected amount, just merely a difference in the county being a little bit behind in the typical processing. And then on the miscellaneous side, 2 examples, sales of impound property, which is, of course, property that our police department obtains and has to dispose of, typically that's sold. And so this year there have been more property impounded and greater gains from the sale of that impounded property. And then moving to the expenditure side, I'm still on page 5 and we'll be transitioning to page 6. Here we highlight the specific departments, beginning with the city manager's office, and this will tie into some departments, some operating aspects of other departments as well. But for FY23, we're seeing an increase of expenditures, primarily due to the fact that for a period of time we had 2 deputies in the city manager's office, and in FY22 that was not the case. We had just the single typical deputy in the city manager's office. On the public safety side, you'll notice that in FY22 there's a pretty significant difference between the 76% from that year and the 56% from FY23. And that was due again to timing. In Q4 of 23, there was a police pension payment that came a little bit later than it would typically, and so in FY23 it came in Q3, which is again the typical process. And so we don't expect any significant differences in the patrol operations at the end of FY23. What you see is just kind of a timing nuance. In the Public Works Department, looking at the document on page 5, you'll see 2 interesting discrepancies. On the urban forest side, in in FY23, we are about 20% lower than FY22, and this is just due to less subcontracting on the tree removal and pruning side. There are some invoices that will be coming for work that's been done, but the to date operations for tree pruning and tree removal has been lower than past years. And on the city engineering side, again, due to a vacancy of our construction manager who was temporarily in FY23 promoted to acting deputy public works director, there were some cost savings in FY22 that weren't realized in 23. So that difference of about 30% is due to that. In the recreation department, there was again a vacancy of the director. That director at the time was one of the 2 deputies in the city manager's office. So you see a difference in the FY23 expenditure. And on the camp side, the higher FY23 dollars expensed are mostly due to the fact that our programming has recovered to a significant degree over FY22. And then in our housing and community development, again, similar to recreation, there was a vacancy of the planning manager, who at the time was one of the 2 deputies in the city manager's office. So that discrepancy is a result of a vacancy. And then on the HCD admin, as you may recall from our budget discussions, at a point there was an operating decision made to allow for more comprehensive coverage of the grants programming in housing and community development. And so the grant manager that was within the housing division was moved to HCD admin so that that position can focus more globally on all of HCD grants rather than just housing grants. And so the movement of that position is reflected in this difference between FY22 and 23. So moving out of the general fund and into the specific funds, stormwater, and then we'll talk about the speed camera. In stormwater, I want to note the fact that in the document you see a very significant difference between FY23 revenues and expenditures. That is a planned difference. So in our budget, adopted budget, we have decided, or council has decided, that there will be a reduction in the reserves from the stormwater fund to cover stormwater projects. And so ultimately what that means is that the revenues will exceed expenditures, expenditures will exceed revenues, and that the impact to the reserve will be negative. And so at the end of this fiscal year, should the projects pan out the way we expect them to, we can expect a reserve balance from the stormwater fund of anywhere between $88,000 and $115,000. And that variance is just due to some remaining unknowns about what projects will be completed and what projects won't. This was taken into account for FY24, and so the budget that you passed for FY24 is effectively a balanced budget between revenues and expenditures. And then another very important thing to note about our speed camera fund, I do want to add that for speed camera fund and stormwater, these are self-sustaining funds, right? So they receive their own revenue sources. For stormwater, it's stormwater fees, and from speed camera, there are currently one source, expected to be 2 sources in FY23, and one of those sources did not come to fruition. But in FY24, the red light camera is the one that I'm speaking of, is expected. And so if you recall from our FY24 budget discussions, there's a significant increase in the revenues expected from the speed camera fund. But because those speed camera or red light camera funds were not realized in FY23, you see a difference between the budgeted numbers and then the collected numbers And so certainly when you compare it to FY22 and FY23, so if you pan over to the revenues and take a glance at what's been collected for 23, we're only at 28% of what was budgeted. Whereas this time last year, FY22, we were at 101%. And again, that's due to the fact that our red light cameras are not yet implemented. This is a issue or challenge that we're trying to work out with the state. It's not a reflection of anything that is internal to the city. And there's a significant impact on the revenue, or excuse me, the reserve balance as a result of those dollars not being realized. And so the remaining balance for the speed camera fund that results from approximately $417,000 of a deficit is a remaining balance of $667,000 for the speed camera fund. Again, taking this into account for FY24, there's a significant surplus. I don't have the exact number, and Director Chung might be able to provide that, if not now, at some point later. The reason I don't have the specific number is because as a part of the FY24 budget, we added some things to the speed camera fund, and that number is something that I didn't have readily available. But the surplus for the speed camera fund is in the hundreds of thousands, not the tens of thousands. And so in terms of kind of conclusions to draw here, in general, there are no significant deviations from annual trends, again, comparing 22 to 23, particularly in the general fund. There will be significant unplanned reductions in the speed camera fund in FY23, with an expected recovery of the speed camera funds in FY24. And for future quarterly reports, we're going to attempt to improve it in two substantial ways. One is that a lot of the detail that I shared as a part of this presentation is not in the document. And so we want to incorporate a lot of that conversation in the document itself. And the way in which we'll do that is by having departments provide descriptions of differences in revenues and expenditures. And this is in the document to some degree. We vaguely mentioned the fact that there are timing differences with some of the revenues and expenditures, but the goal will be for future quarterly reports to make it clearer which of the revenue sources are lump sum, which are monthly, which are bi-monthly, and so on and so forth. Just, again, to try to add some transparency and clarity to the documents that we share with the public. And I will pause there for any questions that council might have.
Councilmember Siemens.
Thank you, Mayor. It's getting kind of late, so I'll be very brief. Thank you so much for this report. It's a step up from what we've had in the past, and it's really appreciated. I see that it's a work in progress, but it's a lot of progress from where we were, so thank you. And I realize that it's taken a lot of time to put this together, and I think it was time well spent, but also time that's probably not real abundant. Thank you.
Councilmember DeBala.
Similar. Thank you very much for this, and I like the two additional details going forward. On the budget amendments, it's just done by another column with a phrase, and for me that'd be enough. I don't need written paragraphs from the departments, but the why is really, really important because it can be very misleading. So thank you.
Councilmember Gibson.
Thanks again. Just curious, what would be some examples of some impounded property?
Probably the most common is a car,
Okay.
a vehicle.
And then you sell it?
Yeah, typically. Chief can give more specifics, but
Right.
yes, we sell the
And
impound
when
crap.
that shows up as in this column, then?
Yes.
Yes, all right, well, thank you.
Director Chung, am I misstating anything?
In fiscal year '23, we actually received some confiscated properties, which is put into an escrow account before an inmate that the police department actually confiscated the property and it's put into an escrow account. And we have that property matured, and then we will have that property sold and then put into our own checking account. And that's how the impound property come about. And this money is always brought to us by the police department.
Right. Well, thank you. I am remembering just a couple of days ago, the DC Police Department had a little issue with confiscated alcohol. I just wondered what you did with it. No.
Councilmember Stevens. Thank you. That reminds me from the past. Often seized property can include drugs. And I know that in the past, there was an arrangement with the federal government on the proceeds from the drugs or from articles that were related to drug cases. And I just wonder if that still goes to the federal government, or does that money come to the city, and does it go to the general fund, or does it go to the police department?
We never receive anything like that in finance department. It's usually coins and also those dollar bills.
Right.
And it's brought up to us by the police department, and then we just put it in our checking account. And
Our
that
checking
is
account being like general fund then?
the general fund checking account and
Okay.
become the impound property revenue.
Okay, so I'll direct my question to the police chief then regarding, money seized during, money or vehicles or other property seized during drug arrests. There was some controversy in the past about where that money goes, so I'll check with him. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Honzak?
Thank you so much. Just a super quick question. I see on page 5, sale of city property. I don't know if I just missed that. Can you just speak to that line item real quick? It
Director
looks
Chung.
like fairly big difference. Oh, yeah, or one of you.
Can
Yep.
you speak to that, please?
Sales of
It's
city
page 5.
Yeah, and again, yeah, if you could give an example of that, maybe I missed it. I thought we skipped over it.
Well,
On page
this-
5 at the bottom,
Um,
sale of city property.
Oh, okay. This is typically some of the vehicles, which is fully depreciated, and then and it's usually monitored by the Public Works, one of the department head, that they actually sold that vehicle on some website, and we received actual cash. And this is where we get this type of revenue. And in some years, we may sell more than a few. So that's why in one year, it could be a lot. But this is not a very recurring revenue. It go up and down. So that's why the amount could fluctuate from one year to another.
I guess what caught my attention here too is I thought that probably was related to vehicles, and since we've had so much discussion lately in the
Yeah.
budget on selling vehicles and how quickly and all that, it was a little bit notable just that there was quite a bit of uncollected revenue. Do either one of you know anything about why that might be the case? Is it harder to sell vehicles right now, or does that represent like not collecting because someone's not paying yet?
Well, it is not a recurring revenue for the city.
Yeah.
How we determine the budgeted amount is based on what we actually received in the previous year. Sometimes the trend will be similar. So what we saw last year in fiscal year '22, we saw about 14,000 sales of police vehicle, and that's why we budgeted the amount for $15,000. But in essence, this police vehicle sales is not constant, and it fluctuates from one year to another. So that means that $4,700 is currently what we actually sold up to the third quarter of 2023.
Okay, so the 15,000 for FY '23 was not based on the number of vehicles we expected to sell? It was based on the
No.
previous year?
It was just an estimate. It
Oh.
was an estimate for, based on the previous year's sales vehicle sold amount.
Okay, all right.
All right. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate all of the hard work that staff put into this report. I was talking to Mr. Eubanks earlier, and I said, Q3 is a weird time to do a report because you're at a point in the budgeting process where you haven't settled up yet.
That's right.
And so it's really hard. You have
Yeah.
some things that haven't been spent yet, some revenues that haven't come in yet, and so it's really hard to get an accurate picture. But definitely appreciate what you all have done, and I'm looking forward to the next quarter. I think the big budget amendment is what we have to look forward to. But
Yes, we will have a fourth quarterly report available sometime in July. But keep in mind, the fourth quarterly does not include the actual end of the year.
Right.
Because we still have possibly about 2 months, 60 days after the end of the year that we can collect revenue from the government, from the other government agency. And some of our invoices were paid late. So that's why the June 30th, the fourth quarter financial may not reflect the actual comprehensive financial reporting.
okay, great. But it will be closer than Q3.
Yes, definitely.
Awesome. Well, thank you all so much. And Director Chung, thank you so much for staying so late. We appreciate you. And I think we're done for the night. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you all so much. Have a great night.